let me preface these remarks with I never, ever believe Israeli figures. I've been in the government too long to know that the Israelis are patent liars in their intelligence community, in their propaganda community, certainly, and in their leadership. They are inveterate liars. Let me say that again. They are liars.
It starts with a simple question and ends in objective reality. Through our journey from there to here, we find one another and ourselves. And as the next 24 hours breaks free from our last, we gaze onward in reflection of the day.
Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.
Welcome to the Daily Wrap-Up.
Tuesday, October 7th, 2025. Thank you for joining me today. Obviously a date that is now forever remembered because of obvious events that took place on that day, from, the nuance we'll get into, but also because of the incredible, unprecedented amount of propaganda, lies, and words that I don't even think describe the reality of what took place after October 7th. Some of the most nefarious things I think I've ever had to cover. We're going to start today with an obvious point because of the day to make sure that we just sort of reiterate. And I actually thought about not even making it the starting point because the reality is the information, which is what's important to me, the truth of the topic, is something that I think has been nailed to the wall. It's one of the most obvious things we'll even talk about, probably ever talk about in my career of doing this. It is so provably obvious that they've been caught lying about damn near everything about it. We'll talk about the Hannibal Directive. We'll talk about what took place on that day. Briefly, to be honest, because you guys are very well versed on this. Most people that are honest about this conversation are. But I thought it's important to start with to make sure that we, in case you're new to this platform, or maybe you haven't heard of this conversation and you want to know the truth in an objective, nonpartisan way, we'll break this down for you. And I think it's really important to understand what an important event this was for many, many other reasons than what Israel says about it. Because of what this changed in the world, because of the way Israel responded afterward. Whatever you think actually happened, what they did afterward changed the world. And in ways that I think are very, very, very bad for them, and in ways that I think are beginning to be seen as ways very, very good for humanity, not because of their actions that are good, obviously, because genocide is not something I'd ever say, basically the byproduct of what they've done has caused the world to pay attention. That's nothing if not a positive thing. Even Palestinians are the ones saying, because of what we've had to endure, the one thing that's good out of it is that people are starting to see what's actually happening. And, it's unfortunate. Again, words that just don't do justice for this conversation. It is horribly the reality that it took a genocide that is still being denied and supported by all the powerful governments to truly shake people free from just what was going on in the world in ways that we won't even get into today, but we've talked about quite a lot. Well, we're going to start with this topic today. I think it's very important to get into. We're going to cover the potential pardon, which we've been saying from the very beginning was the likely outcome for Maxwell. We're going to talk about the overlap of that conversation with what Bondi was saying. And I could be wrong, but I think she's still currently in front of Congress, but today she was. And some of the incredible statements and lack of statements from Bondi. And being called out even from very prominent people in the, prominent, not in the sense that should be respected, but prominent because of lots of, I think, artificial followers, even what they're saying about her right now, which says quite a bit. But the overlap of that with just many other things that she said while she was there and how that is an important conversation to see with kind of where this is all going. We're going to talk about the overlap of this and the claim of transparency and, from the FBI, from basically everybody in this current administration, and a pivot to sort of like, look, the Dems were spying on us. Is anybody gonna? Yeah, so are you. So are you right now. So is the government and everybody possible left or right that you want to spy on. But this weird sort of carve out to go like, look, they spied on us and Jack Smith. Yeah, who doesn't know that? And charge them for the crime. Absolutely. I would even argue that's probably damn near easier than anything in the conversation to prove. I'll still argue that nobody will ever be held accountable for it. And you know why? I hope I'm wrong. The point, though, is that if you're going to make it about one example and one side, that's just the most childish thing in the conversation. You can prove for a very long time across many administrations that even just, this will say the NSA, let alone the CIA, the FBI, and everybody else has been doing exactly that. and still are right now, and even more so are doing that right now to the left. But it's okay because they're the real terrorists. It's the government on either side of this. And if you've been convinced that only one sliver of it or one part of it they're pointing at is the only problem, then you're falling into the trap. Hopefully I can make you at least present some things that'll make you question the reality of that claim. At the very least, maybe I'm wrong, always. Hopefully people are here because they want to be open-minded, even if they disagree with what I might think about the facts. But we are presenting the facts to you, as well as the conversation of apparently China killed Charlie Kirk. Yeah, who cares if there's basically zero evidence other than just subjective overlaps to make that case, despite all the evidence that clearly suggests an involvement of Israel, not proof, mind you, different things. Interesting to see the loomers of the world start to build a case, and we knew it. Or it really, Anna Paulina Lupa, I forget her name all of a sudden. These people are largely irrelevant to me, quite frankly, at the end of the day, because I think we know why. But either way, to come out and just make the case that it's China. I mean, what an interesting and lazy thing to do right now, of all things. But we'll also talk about many other topics around Israel, around what was the other one? I don't want to scroll the thing over real quick, but a lot of things we're going to get into today that I think are very important. In the title, for example, and this is really what I was kind of talking about right there. We'll get into more of a partisan two-party illusion conversation, and Donald Trump pointing to the Insurrection Act and, being asked about it. But I largely tend to think these things are somewhat organized. The point is that this has been building. They're making a case about the left-wing terrorism. And now, just like we had the left side and Biden and the insurrection, January 6th, and outrageous and unconstitutional, and here we are doing the same thing. And I can easily prove to you that January 6th was very much an organized effort to trap the very side that pretends like they're the ones fighting the deep state right now, being, overlapping, by the way, with your government that involves the people that are currently there, and how outrageous that was. And now completely okay, really, with the, the typical screaming idiot at the top of the paradigm saying, yay, the good thing, go after them. Jack Posobiec making a case for why everyone in the country will support you if you initiate the Insurrection Act to do what? Have they even laid out a case yet? Have they even presented evidence of an organized effort? I'm not denying that exists. In fact, I think we all know that it does in a nonpartisan way. But the point is that you're claiming a network of terrorism and pointing at the left at large and then saying Insurrection Act to go after them. I mean, it's so obviously everything else we've been fighting, and it just goes teeter-totter back and forth. And I think that plenty of honest people, which is the majority in my opinion, are just tired. They want to support Trump, probably. They want to support Biden, probably, but they see it. And I think we all recognize this right now. I mean, we see all of these things shifting. We're watching the paradigm struggle and be vulnerable. We're watching the foreign policy illusion break down. Everything's changing right now. It's a time for change if we care to make it. And I don't mean in the sense of the government using that momentum to roll us into the next problem. That's not change. That's the status quo. But let's start with a couple of important things that I want you guys to see. And, you know what? I forgot. Let's get right into it today. I made the decision. That's funny. I always go through my opening stuff and I make decisions and I forget that I did. But I had so few random things that I said, screw it. We're going to get right to it today. Because I think sometimes it's important to kind of go over some of the random little things that I think are relevant, but most of it really did fit in today with the large picture. So let's get into October 7th. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, we're going to start with 2 videos. I have maybe 5 or 6 things I want to point out, and we're going to get to 2 videos, one of which is about 16 minutes long from which one was it? It's from Double Down News. They've done a great job. Drop Site News there's a lot of really important clips out there, but this one I really did think was very well, all encompassing. I'm largely not going to stop it unless there's something very important to say, because most of this we've already discussed. But I just think, as opposed to me, because I thought about it today, going through and just going every little category, right? The allegations of rape, the allegations of beheaded babies, and it's just exhausting because we've done it all. And it's all been proven. You guys know this. 90% of the conversation out there is just denying Zionists, claiming it's not true. So I thought it was good to give you a video from Drop Site. This is Double Down News. We'll show you in a second. And just kind of let them break down in a quick way, pretty much the full picture of it. Then add some things that I think are important. And one thing that I think that we've never really gone into deep, that I talked about. I decided not to go deep through the video, if you remember this a while back, because it's a lot very visual, and for the podcast it sort of loses its value, but we'll go through it today. It has to do with a Jewish, I think it's a historian or like an academic, making a breakdown review of what he saw and points out these blue shirt, what do they call them at the time? These people, armed people that were there on October 7th, blue shirts, speaking in Hebrew, white, and anomalous for many, many reasons. And we're going to go through that as well. And I think it just speaks to the very clear reality of the Hannibal Directive and what actually took place. And I even, obviously more than that with the blue shirt point, speaks to foreknowledge, speaks to possibly even false flag in regard to conducting operations within Israel by intelligence, Mossad, IDF. I'll let you decide for yourself, as always, because that's what we do on this show. I'll give you my thoughts, as always, but we will present things that you can grasp, facts, source material, information, and then I'll lay out what I think. You could disagree, but at the very least, you have a foundation to decide for yourself. Very different than damn near any show that I even know of outside of The Last American Vagabond, save for a few people, or say, the people that we work with, let's put it that way. No, here is one of the many that I'll show you today. There's plenty I could have included. This one's entitled October 7th Narrative Further Collapses. And just as well as some of the other, the other part of the show that we put in the title, the secret U.S. plan to forcibly displace all of Palestine. Remember when that was called fake news and hyperbole and anti-Semitic blood libel? How dare you say, and look, we have the picture, this was long planned out, well before October 7th. Oh, look, he's working with Biden to get it done. Oh, look, now he's working with Trump to get it done. Like we can't piece that together? Well, these are just shows I'll include. You can watch them when you have the time. This is from 2024. Haaretz reveals, quote, IDF ordered Hannibal directive on October 7th, right? This is a Haaretz article, by the way. For those that don't know, the leading Israeli news platform, despite what the Zionists call it today, documents and testimonies obtained by Haaretz. Oops. Here's the article too. Revealed that the Hannibal operational order. Now, here's the difference. Not that it was what it looks like, or that, yes, that happened so luckily. No, this was them proving that it was an delivered order that was given and handed down and carried out, and I argue never stopped. It says, Hannibal Directive Order, which directs the use of force to prevent soldiers being taken captive. And this is very simple. That's why they bombed the cars and they're leaving, and they lied about that. And that's the image we use for this one, because that's what it looked like before they scooped them off to the side and pretended like it was a parking lot. They bombed them as they were fleeing when they knew they had hostages. That is like the most exact version of what that is. We can't let them get taken because you remember it comes from I think it was a general. I forget. It was a high ranking member in the military for Israel. I believe the name was even Hannibal. I think that's where it comes from, if I remember correctly, but it's off the top of my head. The point was that after it happened, he got killed and it was embarrassing for them. They felt taken advantage of, and they made the decision then that next time when that happens, we will kill everybody because we argue it's in the best interest of Israel because they will get taken advantage of. So they made a policy to kill their own people should they get taken. You may even agree with that, understand. The point is that they deny it because it's illegal and they don't care about their own people. And overall, they did it and have denied it ever since. And that means they have, and that overlaps with what happened on October 7th, not just driving away and all the time since. Things like this. I mean, it's funny. I thought about this the whole time. And even as I'm going through it, I'm like, oh yeah, there's so many points we've covered in this conversation. Even afterward, when they were two hostages, or rather detainees, who were holding a sheet written in food that says SOS. And they're speaking in Hebrew. They're white. They're going, look, we are hostages. And they killed them. Two of them got away. They ran behind the corner. This is all written to the BBC. It's covered by Haaretz. It's very real. Then they coaxed them out. Come out. It's safe. It's safe. And when the last two walked out, the whole time speaking in Hebrew, going, look, we are hostages. They killed them both right there. I've said this every time. I literally don't understand how anybody cannot understand what that shows you. You don't think that, and this is what the article reads. I think it says 15 minutes they were around the corner. They were saying they were trying to get him to come out. I say the corner, but they were hiding. And they killed him anyway. They knew what they were. These are IDF Israeli soldiers who decided to kill Israeli people because they were ordered to. This is all it came out is the point, a long time ago. So back to this. IDF orders Hannibal Directive on October 7th to prevent Hamas taking soldiers captive. I just don't know how you deny something like that, especially when it's being cited from Haaretz and citing Israeli military. But see, this is the point to start with, the disconnect between what we can prove and what your government is saying, what the media is saying, what the mainstream alternative media is saying. You just can't miss that. Now, I can't speak to intent, but that's not debatable. They're lying to you or they're misled and they don't care. They won't look. That is a problem. And it is the majority of the conversation today that sees that. And they still do it anyway. And they know you see them and they do it anyway. This was 2023. Haaretz exposes atrocity propaganda. And this was back when the point is they're making, they proved, like we've done the entire time, that they lied about babies in an oven. They lied about beheaded babies. Trump just reiterated that like a few weeks ago. So did Biden. He came out and said it. I saw it with my own eyes, they both say. They're both lying. And you can quite literally prove that. You don't think Trump knows that? So something's driving him to do it, even though he knows people can prove him wrong. How do you make sense of that unless somebody's being pressured to act against their own interests? See if this can grab this one quickly. There we go. Was it this one? Yeah, I'll skip it for now. There really is so much we could pull into this. Oh, I mean, really, I'll just grab this one since right here. There's so many of these that have come out too. Very clearly, I think this is one of them, discussing, the scope of this. This is one of them, discussing how that basically the argument of this is hyperbolic. And that was the one, I think, the one person that was the one claiming some abstract view, but nothing could be verified. And that was a person who, in many cases, a chain testimony. Oh, here we go. I think this is the one. Of course it is. Wow. I just haven't gone back to this stuff in a while. So apparently it's been deleted. Let's see if we can archive the archive. Nope. I just find that crazy how often this stuff happens. Sorry, I'm wasting time. That's just so crazy. Here, let's grab this one. See what he says. I think this is Mohammed Jihad's post about it. Yeah, here it is. So there was two versions. Remember, there was a Hebrew version and there was an English version, which pretty much always happens. Yeah, there it is right there. Now you'll find today, by the way, it's kind of good that we did that real quickly. You'll find today how almost intentionally difficult it is to find some of this stuff today. I'll get to a point about Candace Owens later in the show in regard to Charlie Kirk. I mean, if you find a way around it, you'll find there's so many people posting about the text screenshot she put up, but just a general search, it's like it doesn't exist. That's the algorithm, guys. It's very interesting. Hamas massacre led to a spread of horror stories, not all of which happened in reality. And they go story by story. And it goes to that group. Oh, this is behind the paywall. I forget what the group called off the top of my head, but they lied and they were the ones that were trotted around. And the guy was a very extreme Zionist and they were caught lying. Here, I'll just include all this for you. Okay, back to the point. The rape allegations were proven to be false. Now, this is another one that has become full circle to the point to where the woman with the brown the gray pants with the blood stain, that was a worldwide phenomenon where they were posting things. They had videos, they had billboards, and they just showed those pants and people would dress in them. That woman came home and admitted she wasn't raped. And there's been zero evidence of any kind. And they've been proven to be lying. They used a Kurdish woman that was found dead. And Max, I believe Max is the one that broke that story. And I was able to find the archive version that could prove that as well. And they just lied about it. They went forward. That woman, who was, I think, from a Ukraine situation, was even used in the main one they presented to the IDF, to the UN. All of this stuff is covered in all of these things. And they just kept lying about it. This one is entitled, Israel Caught Using Old Images, this is the one I was talking about, as proof of October 7th rapes. And you could archive it going back well before this took place. And they just used it anyway. And again, the undeniable reality of October 7th foreknowledge and the Hannibal Directive. Now, quickly, the foreknowledge point, guys, because there's just so much to go over. And you guys remember all this. I recommend Efrat Fengenson, for example, who was part of the intelligence, part of the IDF, former now, she was one of the most vocal people that a cockroach couldn't walk by without something changing. And you're telling me nobody knew? Charlie Kirk called this out before he was killed. Suddenly going, guys, don't believe that. What about foreknowledge? 6 hours? I don't buy it. Never was he saying that before. So the reality is that there was undeniable foreknowledge. The women that were in those towers were reporting this. That's covered by Haaretz. They were saying, we see them training. They were threatened with jail time if they kept bringing it up. Again, these points speak for themselves. All the different information about how the allegation about how they had to go to the West Bank to stop, that was actually a lie. And you pulled everybody out of every place and allowed them, it's clear that this was allowed to happen to some degree, or some level of the government did. Maybe it got out of hand, but there's just no way you make sense of all of this. This was a clip in regard to, it's a montage, actually, like a compilation from Censored Man. It says, just a reminder that we have multiple testimonies, and they're all on here, from Israeli soldiers and civilians that the IDF killed their own citizens on October 7th. What we saw was a mass Hannibal. That was this guy saying it looked like it, by the way. The Colonel Maf Erez, he said, look, what we see appears to be a mass Hannibal, right? People argued that meant he just was saying that's what it looks like happened. We can't prove it. That's fair, but we have later proven that. But you have many examples of these people just simply saying, yes, we killed those people. Yes, we used tanks to bomb those houses. Yes, we used helicopters to attack those cars. All in Hebrew for the podcast, but you can read it for yourself. All of this has been documented over the last year plus. We have, by the way, this Cradle article looks like it's no longer accessible right now. Let me double check. Maybe it's back up. Look at that. I find it very, very telling that a platform like the Cradle is suddenly not accessible on October 7th. I'm willing to bet you anything that is because of today. I could totally be wrong, just my opinion. But all of a sudden, invalid SSL certificate, I guarantee you, the Cradle is, I deal with this kind of stuff all the time. We don't bring it up as much as we used to, but SSL issues or back-end stuff or DDoS attacks constantly. So my point is that, and I mean, I have to literally hire people to make sure they're keeping track of this stuff, which takes money. The point is that the Cradle is down today when I was just looking at it, and it's something like that, maybe they just missed something. Maybe somebody dropped the ball. I find it hard to believe. But the article, Israel admits it killed its own at the Nova Music Festival. Let's not forget, this might not pop up right now. It was involuntarily. No, it's not. So they're one of the ones we talked about is after the festival, the people that were there, a huge portion of them got involuntarily committed due to mental issues. Involuntarily was an important word. And we later find out that there was a lot of people pointing out we were being used as human shields. There's videos of it, of the IDF hiding behind them in the car and shooting at whoever they were shooting at. Or the fact they moved the festival, or who was involved with that festival. I mean, all of these points connect back to some level of foreknowledge and manufacturing this event. Here is Sam Husseini simply pointing out, going back to Biden's administration. This is a clip you can play from Decensored News. You remember, he says, your reminder on this day that the Biden State Department claimed they didn't know anything about the Hannibal Directive, even though they do. It's a very public, this is something that they're very well aware of, guys. And we'll get into these points as well. For example, like Trump going like, Ghislaine Maxwell, who, what? That's not really what he said, but really, man? Like Epstein, who? It's crazy the way he responds to these things when you must know that it's obvious that like they know this is something they're like have moment to moment meetings about. It's so important to get this. The Epstein conversation is so damaging to them. So we'll come to that in a second. My point is just when they pretend like they don't know, that's desperation, guys. Here is an Israeli woman and its testimony of what happened. This the Squirrel's account you should follow for this. He's been breaking this stuff down since the very beginning. He says they'll come. This is what she said. This is what we've played this on the show. Channel 12 Israeli News. They come in, the Hamas or Islamic Jihad or whoever it was, because you don't know at this point, but or anybody else for that matter, dressed like that, because that's what Mossad does quite often. The point is that I would argue this is probably Hamas because of the way that this went down and many other examples of the same thing. And that's not to say that this is somehow making them good guys. The point is you cannot deny Israel funding of Hamas, but you also can't deny whether or not they were funded by Israel, that it does not invalidate the act of armed resistance. An illegally occupied territory, which is what Palestine is. You can't deny that despite all the narratives. And that means they had the right to armed resistance because they're illegally occupied, whether or not they're funded by Israel. And I think over the last however many decades that the funding and, it's not as simple as it once was. The point though, is that you can see that they've made a conscious choice. Like there was evidence now showing that they had mandates out between their group. Don't hurt anybody. Don't, abuse anyone. That doesn't mean everybody followed those orders, but there's plenty of evidence that shows that there were other random people that broke through, and that might've been the case. But overall, this is what it seemed Hamas was directing their people to do. It says they came in and he told them I have 2 children. They said, don't worry, we're Muslim. We're not going to hurt you. This is what the Israeli said. He says, one of them sees bananas and asks if he can have one. I say, yes. They stayed about 2 hours, then left. Now, maybe that's the anomaly, but that's a real story. You can listen to it. It's in Hebrew. Just, when you start to stand back and look at all the testimony of the people that came back, all except one now, who is now suddenly changing her story after she said originally that she wasn't abused or raped or touched, is now suddenly giving a different story after a year and a half. Who knows? Maybe she's now telling the truth. That's possible. But everything else backs up the original story that she had. It speaks more to coercion than anything else. Here is the clip from Double N News. So this is about a lot of different points. But let's make sure, I think this is a really important clip to play, and I think we should, this is something that should be shared, I argue. It's a kind of a one-stop shop for basic understanding, and there's a lot more to get into of pretty much what happened that day and how much they were aware of things and what they let happen.
Zera's investigative unit, we've conducted a forensic, meticulous examination of the events of October the 7th. We uncovered very real crimes committed by Hamas and others. But I think what was perhaps most significant were the crimes we discovered that did not happen. And it's hugely concerning that these revelations have been virtually entirely ignored by the Western press. What's extraordinary is the Israelis were aware of the plans. Hamas were actually training quite openly for this operation, and they were actually placing the training videos online so anyone could view them. On the very night of October the 7th, before dawn, spotters along the fence are reporting back to headquarters, and the head of Shin Bet and the head of military intelligence take this seriously enough that in the middle of the night, they're up and talking to each other, and they conclude it's just another training exercise. And what is extraordinary is that they don't even raise the alert level to number one, the most basic alert level that have made a huge difference. And they don't do that, which means that when Hamas bursts through the fence at 6:30 in the morning, they catch many of the defenders in their beds. You can see many of the soldiers are killed in their beds. Hamas had anticipated most of their fighters would be killed trying to get through the fence. In fact, only a small number were killed trying to get through the fence. They were as much taken by surprise as anyone by the performance of Israeli intelligence and the Israeli military. Crucially also, they were taken by surprise by this very large music festival that was taking place, which they don't seem to have been aware of. Having overrun the military bases, the game plan was to grab hostages and take them back. And they do this on a large scale, but they also clearly kill very large numbers of unarmed civilians as well. The Israelis were then extraordinarily slow to respond.
It is important to reiterate again for those that didn't see that the festival was moved last minute to basically be within the path of what they expected. The thing that they claimed they didn't know was coming, but now you can see that they clearly expected that to be the path. There's so many points that very much, it makes it clear that they were aware that there was an impending something. And this speaks again to the possibility, and you can't deny this. I get the concern about people arguing that, trying to invalidate again, that's why I make that point very clear. Regardless of whether every single one of them were funded by Israel, they still, the group or anybody in Palestine has the legal right to arm resistance. My point is that I think it's worthy of consideration that some of them might have been acting for different agendas. That's not that hard to wrap your mind around. I still argue that first point, that it doesn't invalidate that act, but also that I think most of people in Hamas at this point have since 2006, for example, have changed dramatically. Being aware of what's continued to happen, that it maybe if you argue it started as a controlled absentee, certainly consider that maybe that's still the case. I don't think that's the case anymore, though. I think that it's evolved because children have grown up after watching their families get tortured and raped and killed by bombs and have joined the only group they think is going to make a difference. And over time, that has changed the demographic, or rather, I guess, the mindset of people there. But you could still argue that there could have been people that might have been informed or funded or whatever else. Maybe they took the money and didn't care. You can't know for sure. But I think what it speaks to is the idea that there was some kind of overlap. And as I've said this in the very beginning, that it's just like a possible scenario is that this was an allowed event, but then somehow got out of hand because they expected something different. You see what I'm saying? Like maybe they expected something, quick pop in a few things and then they were going to leave, but ultimately then it didn't go the way they planned because of maybe other groups that came in or whatever. And then they were forced to immediately respond to something they let happen. And their only response was just to kick at everything they could. Maybe a cover-up. This is all hypothetical. The point is that what you know for sure is that they did have foreknowledge and they didn't do anything.
Now, they scramble Apache helicopters, but there's no ground control. It's pretty clear that in the chaos, some hostages at least were hit by Apache helicopter fire. We've identified 27 people who were clearly taken hostage, taken captive, and were taken away from their homes, but never made it to the fence, died somewhere between their homes and the fence. There's a fair chance that a number of them were killed by Apache helicopters. Within the kibbutzes, we've identified 18 people who were pretty much certainly killed by the police and the army as they arrived. 12 of them,
meaning the IDF, guys, Israeli troops and police. You know, it's undeniable. This is something they've admitted to, and even still gets pushed back online.
a specific incident in kibbutz Be'eri, where you have a large number of gunmen, around 40 gunmen, holed up in a house with 13 hostages. A tank is brought in and opens fire on the house. There are 2 survivors from this incident, which is why we know about it. There may be other incidents we don't know about because everyone was killed, but there are 2 survivors from this who spoke to Israeli media. There's a common sense thing. You just have to look at the scale of the destruction, and it's clear that 1,200 men armed with rocket-propelled grenades and machine guns did not do all of this. The Hannibal Directive, which was something that was developed in the 1980s by the Israelis, and it was basically to avoid situations where their enemies would capture 1 or 2 or 3 Israeli soldiers and then effectively hold them to ransom. There was one occasion where the Israelis released over 1,000 Palestinian prisoners in return for a single Israeli soldier. So an order was issued whereby they said, it's better that we kill everyone than allow people to be captured. Now, this was supposedly rescinded several years ago, but at midday on October the 7th, the army revived the Hannibal Directive, put it into effect. 70 vehicles were hit. At least in some of the cases, everyone in the vehicle was killed.
The Israeli military does not deny the report.
The peculiarity...
Yeah, but see, what's crazy is they very much do, though, right? So that's something that's been revealed in certain circles, but this gets brought up in front of the UN, it gets brought up in front of Congress, like, you know, in a very public American viewed sense. It's denied every single time. Try and get a member of Congress to admit that, or anybody in the UK. They don't. At least, well, I can't speak every time. Maybe there are people in the UK doing that in their government sense, but I don't see that personally. Speaking from an American perspective, and I'm watching closely, I haven't seen a single one of them, unless I miss Massey, for example, say that, or Marjorie Taylor Greene, which maybe that floated out one of her tweets that I missed. But the reality is, it's insane how clear it is, and yet it doesn't get acknowledged. That speaks to the whole larger picture.
Especially of the days after October 7 is that the Israeli media and subsequently the international media choose to focus not on the very real and extensive crimes that Hamas and others did commit, but on crimes they did not commit.
To make a quick point about somebody in the chat, the reason I chose this one is because, you know, it's very, the point, I think it's important to look at it this way. Yeah, there's people out there that could more accurately probably, like, for example, I agree. Other than maybe a very few special circumstances, all of the people that were taken were members of the IDF or former members of the IDF, which ultimately means they could be enlisted, like we keep seeing today, right? So they're considered military targets. That's not, it's just the way, it's the reality of it. So when they say hostages, I agree. I think that shouldn't be called that because that's provably not the case. But I think the video is doing it in a way that's trying to reach people who need to hear this. Right. So it's like, even when you take this very, very average way, you know, like the mainstream, it's still an undeniable reality that they did exactly what they're all lying about. So I feel like that has the most, you know, impact on people that might need to hear it. You guys already know this stuff, right? But so I guess it's important to think about that. So I think there's a lot of different ways you could frame this.
And this had 2 focuses. In the days immediately after, it's to do with babies. The most dramatic one is we see an allegation that there were 40 babies killed, many of them beheaded. This is very simple to deal with because we have a comprehensive list of the dead. We know that 2 babies are killed on October the 7th. One is a 10-month-old child who is hit by a bullet fired through a safe room door. The other is a child who dies after an emergency cesarean, a Bedouin child, in fact. Now, any story about babies that does not relate to those 2, and there are a lot of stories about babies, is not true. We know it's not true. This has enormous implications for the other wave of atrocity stories that began very quickly, which is to do with sexual violence, and particularly the Israeli assertion that it was widespread and systematic. To be clear, in the film, we are not saying that there were no rapes on October the 7th.
I am. I don't. I'm saying. Well, let me finish the sentence. I'm saying there's zero evidence to back that up. Even at this point, let's put it this way, even the evidence points of what has now been shifted comes from somebody who originally said they were not touched. So you can call that a data point. It'd be evidence. I argue it's now being falsified. Either way, the reality of the picture is a shockingly obvious case of constant lies around things you can prove they lied about and then unverifiable claims. I don't know how else you would look at that.
We simply don't know. What we are saying is that...
So one more thing. I do think this was a little bit ago. This wasn't like yesterday. I think it's undeniable at this point. Let's put it that way. I think from the UN reports, from the investigations, from Haaretz and everybody else, every claim they made, including that core case of the woman with the gray pants, has been shown to be a lie. It's been proven. That was her ankle bleeding behind her, which is exactly what we already said. So let's be very clear about that. There is zero evidence. Well, it has not been proven to be as objective as possible. And with everything they've claimed and then all the lies that they put out that have been shown to be lies, again, it really does put this to bed. And I'm glad he said in the beginning that Hamas did commit crimes. You can't deny that either. And you got to be honest about this, right? There were some cases where you can see that there were people, at the very least, that were people that were killed who were innocent, right? 'Cause I don't think you can verify that it was necessarily a Hamas member who did it, because there was Islamic Jihad, there was random Palestinians. But let's just say it was for sake of conversation. You can't deny that that happened. So, or here's a better case: the Bibas children were taken. Right? That was a real thing that were taken by, it turns out, in fact, they weren't taken by Hamas. That was later verified, but they were handed over to Hamas from Palestinian Islamic Jihad. That was reported by Israel. So yet again, you find the example that Hamas did not do the things they keep claiming. I think for a very clear political reason, but ultimately took them because I think that they argued they wanted to try to keep them safe. You could disagree with that. They were ultimately killed by Israel bombing them, which was testified to by the father himself. So, it's very important to see all this bigger picture, and I'll bring up that clip as well.
There simply is not the evidence. There's not the forensic evidence, there's not the visual evidence, there's not the photographic evidence, and there is not the witness evidence to support the allegation of widespread and systematic rape. The Israelis have this strange system where they farm out the collection of bodies after disasters and terrorist attacks and so on to an organization called Zaka, who are ultra-Orthodox religious.
That was the group I was talking about. They were behind the vast majority of the very serious lies because I think that was their job.
Volunteers.
At least the leader, who was shown to be a very radical person.
They collect the bodies, prepare them for religious burial and so on. A character that many people will have seen in the days afterwards is Yossi Landau, who was the southern commander of Zaka, who was on television a great deal. He said
the two piles of 10 children each were tied to the back, burned to death.
You then see a phone call which Netanyahu makes to President Biden, where he repeats this story. In fact, he embellishes it.
They took dozens of children, bound them up, burned them, and executed them.
Terribly important.
He knew that was a lie when he did that. That's important to understand. These people... Hold on, that's weird. Did it really jump that fast? I was just trying to get a shot of Netanyahu's face. There it is. This guy, these people are, I guess I can't get it perfectly timed. Where he looks at this camera is all I'm trying to do. These are dangerous people, like some of the most dangerous people in the world. He is very well aware of what he's doing. He knows who he's doing it to, and he's either completely okay with that or enjoys it. I don't know how else you could make sense of this. And is literally telling you that they murdered and burned and separated children's bodies after not only is that something that has been done by Israel to Palestinians more than once over the years, you didn't have that evidence then. So you must think about how dark this is. He made this case to be able to rationalize what they later went on, the genocide. That's what he's doing right there. And that's why he publicly recorded the film. I remember I said at the time, he wasn't even probably on the phone with them.
And executed them.
Terribly important, this, because it was entirely untrue. We know the house he's talking about. He's talking about the house in Kibbutz Be'eri, which was the house that was stormed by Israeli police and military, and where it is almost certain that all of the hostages were killed by the Israeli police and military. There were 2 children there, 2 twins, but no other children, so we know the story is untrue. Mr. Landau told a number of other stories. There's one particularly notorious one about the fetus being cut out of a pregnant woman.
The baby that was connected to the cord was stabbed, and she was shot in the back.
We simply know.
It's unnerving as hell to me, by the way, to know that he knows he's lying. Right? To look at him sit there, putting on his big display, crying when he's making those things up. That is harsh. Speaks very much to the Zionist mentality.
No, this is untrue. The list of the dead show there's no such victim. Mr. Landau said, I have a picture of this atrocity.
If you want to see the picture, I have the picture of it.
Ugh.
This is the baby.
I'm sorry to be graphic here, but I can't see a baby here.
You can't see the baby but this is the picture of the mother.
He's lying. This is one of the most important. This was later shown to be, they're proven to be lying. This didn't happen. So whatever he's got a picture of is horrifying, right? The fact that he's got some disgusting dismembered picture that he was used to lie to make the case about what this has been patched together. In the beginning, this wasn't there. It just, you really need to absorb the kind of evil that we're dealing with here.
It was a piece of charred flesh. It wasn't a baby. It certainly wasn't a baby. So it was interesting. And psychologically, I'm not quite sure why he offered to show me a photo that he didn't have. I'd point out as well that Zaka was an organization that was in trouble. There had been a major scandal. Its founder had been accused of child sexual abuse. There was a financial scandal. It had been found to be cooking the books. It's raised an awful lot of money since October the 7th.
Now, we're not going to get much into the sexual abuse overlap in the larger conversation, or the ongoing shocking level of increase of sexual abuse of just about every woman in the IDF, it seems. Like it's insane what's happening. But just remember that it's a very, very important conversation. I'm only ever talking about the Zionist organization and the government that is influenced by it. There's plenty of people, Jewish or otherwise, that are influenced and are a part of it, however they see it. But that's the real core of the issue, regardless of the religious overlap to it, that plays a major factor. Don't deny that. But just as a side example, right, this took place, and this is the kind of thing we keep seeing from whether Biden or Trump administration. These are the people that stand up and do something, say something, and they get cast aside by the U.S. government.
We have to condemn the atrocities that happen every day to Palestinians in the West Bank. You mentioned sexual violence. I was part of the human rights vetting process for arms going to Israel, and a charity called Defense of Children International Palestine drew our attention at the State Department to the sexual assault, actually the rape of a 13-year-old boy that occurred in an Israeli prison in the Moscabia in Jerusalem. We examined these allegations. We believe they were credible. We put them to the government of Israel. And you know what happened the next day? The IDF went into the DCIP offices and removed all their computers and declared them a terrorist entity. I think it is vital that atrocities not happen to anyone, not sexual violations, not any kind of gross violation of human rights. We are looking at a situation where there is so much dehumanification, where people...
So the point is that they called it out, and they went in and went after the group that is showing them that and destroyed everything. I mean, that either means that they're involved with that at the highest levels of power, or they do not care whether it's happening because it looks bad from the international perspective. I mean, I don't need to explain that.
Stories were clearly useful, and they were useful to the Israeli government. In the film, we see Benjamin Netanyahu visiting Zaka volunteers and thanking them for talking to the world's media and stressing that this is another front in the war. Why does this matter? Why does it matter whether this type of atrocity was committed but not that type? People were killed in this way, not that way. It matters because the murder of babies and widespread rape has a particular resonance. It's particularly triggering. The Israeli government and its supporters, when they justify the brutality of the subsequent bombardment and invasion of the Gaza Strip, again and again and again, what they always reference is babies and rape.
Young girls who were raped and then murdered.
Women brutally raped and murdered.
Little kids who are beheaded.
Pictures of terrorists beheading children.
These bastards put these babies in an oven and put on their oven. We found the kid a few hours later.
He's lying. Like, that's just what kills me every time. That guy is lying. So is he doing it because it's some kind of like jingoistic, like pro-Israel, we need to protect a lie to protect Israel's interest? I don't know. But it's just so dark to me. Yeah, it's so crazy. Or, look what's happening in this country right now. I believe even maybe people like Trump and Bondi themselves are, it's hard to know. I think a lot of times they're part of it, like maybe not Bondi, but Trump, aware of the way he's playing everybody, but maybe not. The point I'm making is that at the end of the day, they may genuinely think they're fighting some left-wing problem, because and it's really the string pullers are the ones that know that that's not true on either side, or really it's true about the government either way you look. But they're so worked up about the idea that they're fighting the evil threat that they're willing to lie because they know that the evil threat controls the UN. So we have to lie to be able to get the right thing to happen, or whatever you can do. I think that's a huge problem today, that people are willing to break everything and lie all the ways they need to because they believe that they're fighting for the right thing. It's insane. So that's where principles no longer exist. That, I can lie because they would lie first. Well, then you're a liar too, right? This is the thing. This is what all the partisans are trapped in right now. So all I'm saying is this guy very well may believe that him making up this disgusting story is somehow the right thing. Regardless of how he thinks, it doesn't make him a good person. It's disgusting. But think about that for a second, and think about how much that is ruling the day when it comes to our conversation in this country. Either way, that's evil, in my opinion.
This is something you see in previous conflicts as well. If you want to dehumanize an enemy, if you want to desensitize people to the suffering that is inflicted on that enemy, then you portray them as barbarians, basically as savages, right, as people who are not deserving of humane treatment. And that's why it's relevant. That's why it's important to pick apart. A lot of the world's leading media outlets have done in-depth investigations where they have concluded there was widespread, systematic, instrumentalized, weaponized rape. The New York Times makes a particular feature of the story of a young woman. She was killed early in the morning.
And remember how much that's been broken down. Like, this was a while ago, right? The New York Times thing, it completely imploded and also, I guess, blew up in their face. Contradictory. But at the end of the day, it was insane how much even corporate media was forced to acknowledge that they just basically went with unverified claims that stem back to Israel. And it wild. And the amount of rape that you can prove, not even talking about Sid Tiemann and the prison, but rapes that have taken place against Palestinians just since October 7th, you could I'm talking provable from the UN level and anybody else. And yet they still, up until very recently, were constantly screaming about things they couldn't prove against the other side. I mean, that is the control over that conversation was so tight for so long. Now it's suddenly not the case anymore. Think about how unnerving that must be for them, knowing how vulnerable they are for how their entire history has been covered like this. And I'm talking about Zionism.
9 miles north of the music festival site, as she and her husband were fleeing. The New York Times, in its big December investigation into sexual violence, leads with this, and about a third of the article consists of her story. And it's immediately undermined because the woman's sister then posts on Instagram immediately afterwards, this isn't true. We know she wasn't raped. She was texting us until minutes before her death. It's also the case that her husband had a lengthy phone conversation immediately after her death with his brother, and again, made no mention of rape. So it's very important that, because it's the central, most compelling piece of information in one of the biggest investigations done by one of the world's most prestigious media outlets, the New York Times, and it turns out not to be true. It's done by 3 journalists. One of them turns out to be somebody who worked in some capacity for Israeli intelligence previously, who has virtually no journalistic experience, and who had liked genocidal media posts. It's very interesting with Anna Schwartz. She gives an interview in Hebrew to an Israeli channel. She actually lays out how difficult they were finding it to find evidence that they were talking to all the hospitals and all the psychiatric clinics and so on, and that there was simply no evidence at all. There were no witnesses that come forward, no victims had come forward at all. I think she's telling this as if to show what digging they had to do.
Say one more point again, and I want to be clear, in no way am I saying this or even, implying that they deserve to give the benefit of the doubt or, whatever else, and like trying to remove accountability. Just to kind of highlight whether this is the case for these people or not, that this is something that is happening. That you could argue that someone like that may genuinely believe that they're doing the right thing. They might think that because they're fighting this evil, terrorist, raping, look at what they're doing to the people in the left-right conversation right now. Like, the dehumanization is so crazy that she may believe so thoroughly that it happened that they're willing to patch together whatever they can to make you see it because they know it happened, whether or not they can prove it. See what I'm saying? And it's not like that's in no way, it almost makes it worse, quite frankly. So don't think of it like a lack of accountability, but just recognize that there's so many people out there that are so warped by these political games that they actually think that completely patching together a entirely false story to sell you on a narrative that they believe is true is still the right thing, because it still ends up where you get the sense that the thing happened because they know it did. Same thing in the partisan conversation today. I'm telling you, it's so immersed right now. But at this point, it doesn't make a difference. The truth is all we care about. And if you lied, you lied, right? Or I mean, if you didn't even know you did, you still did. So that's what the point. I'm just trying to show demonstrate the psychological manipulation that is just everywhere in this conversation.
But it's actually very revealing. In the end, it's quite clear they fall back on the same sources as everyone else. Israeli government officials, IDF officers, and first responders. All sources which were discredited by the baby stories. So no babies were beheaded, no babies were thrown into ovens, and there is no real evidence for widespread and systematic rape. Now, it's very clear why the Israelis might want these stories to circulate. What's less clear is why very reputable Western news and media outlets should swallow them so uncritically, particularly given the track record of the Israeli government and the IDF, which has been shown again and again and again in the past to have been less than truthful in the accounts it gives.
Because our war is against Hamas, not against the people of Gaza. While this mission is urgent, we will continue to fulfill it with care and with a commitment to the sanctity of life, both Israeli and Palestinian.
The response to our film, October the 7th, has been interesting. The response is not to criticize and to pick apart and say we've got it wrong. They don't do that at all. What they do is they simply ignore you, which on one level I take as a compliment, because I think there are all sorts of people out there who would very much like to pick apart what we're doing and to destroy it and discredit it. And I think they take one look at it and decide they can't really do it. So what they do, which in a way is even more damaging, is just to entirely ignore us. This is significant because so often what we are doing is critiquing the way the mainstream media has covered the story, which may well be, of course, precisely why the media doesn't want to look at what we've done. So in a way, the treatment of this in many ways echoes the treatment of our earlier series, The Labour Files, which offered a critique of the dominant media narrative about Corbyn and the Corbyn years on the anti-Semitism crisis.
Remember how that happened? Like, you know, I know many Americans, I mean, even myself, I'm much more immersed in American politics, but, you know, remember the Corbyn point about anti-Semitism, which was just insane, or Roger Waters for that matter. Like, just this effort very clumsily to make that case. Why? Because they were very prominent people who were very much on, in their eyes, the wrong side of that issue. And so they just manufactured attacks against them. Same thing that's happening now, just to much less effect, right? Now it's just about using government power to coerce you to be on their right side, or on the side they think is right. Or rather, I shouldn't even say it like that, just the side that they want, whether or not they know it's wrong.
The allegation of anti-Semitism clearly...
I'm actually going to leave it there. They get into some more points about this, but I'll leave it there for time in general. But, you know, important to see how clear this all is, right? I mean, there, as I said before, there's videos that you could find that are much, much more like I think it was Propaganda & Co. I think had a really well done video that was just like not mincing words, right to the point, which I think was very well done. There's plenty of them. So I'll include this, like I was saying before, by the way. This is just kind of the compilation I think is the best one. It says, as TLAV and others have been demonstrating since 2023, IDF bombs killed the Bibas family, and that has been publicly available information shared by the father himself, and as he still maintains, despite all the lies that they spun around this, he has come out and more than once made it clear that you know, basically based on the overlap of other statements, his family, they said, they tried to frame it as that that's not the case. Now, he's come out and pointed out that, you know, ultimately it's only what he was told by them, but he has maintained that that's what he believed happened. And the reality is, in the video, he's crying and he says, you know, IDF, what are you doing? Netanyahu, what are you doing? My family was just killed by the bombings that you were doing. And every other detainee, hostage who came back said the same. There's at least 3 examples of people that are Israeli who came back and said that IDF members were literally shielding them with their own bodies. And that the things they were most afraid of were the bombs and the sound that it was causing. And they were fed, sometimes even taken out in the shop. I mean, I just don't know how you can, you know, again, I think this is why most average people even know this. But this was, the point was that this was, if I remember correctly, the full story, the Palestinian Islamic Jihad are the ones that grabbed them, and Hamas ended up taking them. But then my point, the point that I was making was that still constitutes a crime, because and children in general are not military targets, right? And so we have to be honest about this, even if it ended up happening through somebody else. But it also, we have to stand back and recognize that None of the rest were taken. Everybody else, even the women they all try to make out to be kidnapped hostages, were taken from tanks, were taken from military posts. You can see them in their uniforms, and they yet tried to make it into kidnapping. I was just seeing a post about that. One of these guys was literally taken out of a tank, and they're saying kidnapped. It's just so dishonest. But it's all, you can watch that for yourself, understand the situation. They've been lying about everything. As Niz points out, they said 40 beheaded babies. It was a lie. They said babies in an oven. That was a lie. They said babies were torn from their mother's womb. That was a lie. They said there was mass systematic rape. That was a lie. They lied to justify a genocide. Now, J.D. Vance, of course, and plenty of others came out today. And look, you can argue that they, come out and say, I condemn what Hamas did. Okay, there was crimes committed, but what about everything else that happened that day and every single day since, right? J.D. Vance says, on this second anniversary of the terrible terrorist attack on October 7th, we remember all the innocent people brutally murdered by Hamas. I guess he just forgot to include the IDF because that was the majority of the people that were killed. And it says, and we continue to work towards President Trump's plan to bring the remaining hostages home and build a lasting peace for all. And let's not pretend that he means anything other than the people that are Israeli and in Gaza. What about the 10,000 children, or rather I'll get to in a second. I think it's 300 something they can prove. Children, some as low as 12 and younger, are currently serving undefined time in prisons and are going through military courts, because that's what happens with children in this apartheid state. Of course, unless they're Israeli, right? He doesn't mean them. He doesn't mean anything. He doesn't even mean the Americans who are currently held in Israeli prisons, right? He doesn't mean the child, Ibrahim, I believe, who's currently there. Third generation Florida American. What about the people who are on the flotilla? They don't care about any of them. They haven't even commented about them. But he cares about the narrative, because that's what these people do. Here, Secretary Rubio comes out and says, on this second anniversary of Hamas' heinous October 7th attack, the United States remains steadfast in our support for Israel in our common fight against terrorism. Right, so genocide. That's what they're supporting still to this very day. Are you fighting terrorism, or are you fighting a group that Israel funded that are continuing to kill all the innocent people you could possibly aim at, and all the stories of rape and torture and murder? But this is what he says. You must know that they know you see that. That's what's so crazy to me. And that has to speak to who these people are and what's actually driving their mindset. And it says, and our shared commitment to bringing an end to the suffering of the hostage and the families. Yeah, again, he means Israelis. He's not talking about the Americans that are currently in Israel. That's not what he means. On top of that, our shared commitment, you mean the 17 times up and again, which is happening right now, to refusing the deal that would do that? And again, they know you know that. It says POTUS to Trump's 20-point plan. Right, the plan that I already went through the other day, which is a joke. It's basically a continuation of the Abraham Accords, or his deal of the century, or that Netanyahu has already made clear he's not going to allow. But yay, the thing we know won't happen. These people are a joke. Now, and speaking of a joke, the mumbling fool that was put there by somebody else is this like, I'm sorry for the podcast that you might think that could mean any number of idiots in Congress, but I'm talking about John Fetterman. On the anniversary of 10/7, I remain deeply proud to stand with Israel. I just think that's so crazy to think about right now. When the world, and every single genocide expert with any standing in the world, has been like, that's a genocide. Every human rights group, from Amnesty International, B'Tselem, Human Rights Watch, and plenty of others with standing, have said this is an apartheid state from 2021. They've gone on to be caught lying about almost every single thing they put out there. And this clown stands up and goes, I stand with that group. Do you think that's what his constituents want? No, they don't. They confront him all the time, and he yells at them because he's not there by them. He doesn't care what his constituents think. Does that mean he cares about votes? Clearly not. So maybe we should reflect on what that means. Finally, there's a clear path to peace. Right. The war must end. You mean despite the many times you've been offered and you declined it, right? Over and over and over and over. The free world should demand the free world. What do you mean by that? You mean all the borderline apartheid authoritarian dictatorships ruling by executive order? Or the Bukele dictatorship that you pretend is the way we should be modeling our justice? I mean, the free world. What does that mean anymore? To accept the plan. You mean the plan that you guys keep turning down? Like, these guys are a joke. Let's not forget that he gets funded by Israel, guys. These are politicians pretending to represent American interests that don't care about Americans. Speaking of that, here's Randy Fine. Before I even say what he says here, let's not forget that Mamdani, despite his seemingly correct stance on Israel, I was just told very much still supports the use of COVID shots and the use of mandates. I mean, the reality is I don't trust any of these people, and neither should you. I think politics is broken. And I think the general idea of government is why this is all a problem. We should fight for a world without it. I don't mean violence. I never do. The point is that this person, we should say what he says about, I should, and I have, say, here's what he said about Israel. Correct. I support that. But I don't blindly trust what he says next, like I don't with anybody. The point is, I find a lot of this to be opportunism from a lot of them. Maybe he believes it. And maybe he believes that the right thing is to force COVID shots on you too. The point is that here he is saying what he says about October 7th. And I'll read that first. Then you can see people like Randy Fine, the guy who says bombs away when he sees a picture of dead children on Twitter. That's not a joke. If they're in Gaza, not a joke. Is that he calls him a Muslim terrorist. A sitting member of Congress is talking to a person who seems to be one of the next people leading New York and calling him a Muslim terrorist because he's a Muslim and doesn't. Let me read what he says. He put this out. 2 years ago today, Hamas carried out a horrific war crime, killing more than 1,100 Israelis. So he's already lying to you, or he doesn't know he doesn't realize that he's wrong. So here he is upholding the false narrative. He's upholding the 9/11 breaking story. He's upholding the JFK report, right? He's upholding the government narrative of what happened, even though we can prove it's not true. And it goes, and kidnapping 250 more, except the vast majority, I think, if not all of them, side the children were IDF members or former. He says, I mourn those lives and pray for the safe return of every hostage still held by every family whose lives were torn apart by those atrocities. In the aftermath of that day, Prime Minister Netanyahu and Israeli government launched a genocidal war, which is correct. A death toll that now exceeds 67,000. Like, see, this is what's funny. This is not funny, but that's the truth and way more than that. That's what Fine doesn't like. How dare you point out that my masters are committing a genocide? And he says, with the Israeli military bombing homes, hospitals, schools, 100% verifiable by literally everybody other than Zionists shouting down the fact that it happened. Every day in Gaza has become a place where grief itself has run out of language. I mourn these lives and pray for the families that have been shattered. Our government has been complicit through it all. 100% true. This must end. Our occupation and apartheid must end. Peace must be pursued through diplomacy, not war crimes, and our government must act to end these atrocities and hold those responsible to account. I guess, war crimes and, again, you could argue that unless it's being forced to take a COVID shot, which would consist of something problematic, these last 2 years have demonstrated the worst of humanity. It must be answered by modeling the very best, a relentless pursuit of our, commitment to human rights. Okay. Walk me through how in any way that can be framed as Muslim terrorist. See, this is how completely out of touch and lost these people are. Or just forced to say things that make them look like complete clowns because that's who's paying them. Muslim terrorist. Okay, so the idea that he's Muslim first is the only reason he's a terrorist. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said it like that. So the point is, terrorist, okay, for saying that, first of all, enshrining the original lie about what happened, okay. Secondarily, pointing out that they've killed people. So maybe you could take issue with genocide, but are you now claiming they aren't killing people? Or even then, you could dispute about what happened and say, I disagree. Does that make you a terrorist now? Randy Fine is literally being clumsy about this and showing that if you disagree with their narrative, you're a terrorist. Did he do these things? No. Did he pay for anything? Did he support? No. But simply saying, I actually think Israel's killing people makes him a terrorist? You must realize where the world is going in this country. Israel, the many moving parts of this, Trump's current administration, the U.S. government, is creating a narrative where you are a terrorist if you have the wrong ideas. Isn't that exactly what we were pointing out about the left in a broader way? Yes. This is what keeps happening. And Randy Fine is just a completely clumsy clown who is doing what he's told and letting the cat out of the bag. Same with Bondi, same with Dan and Cash. These are the junior team. These are the worst of the worst who have been allowed to rise because nobody with any nobody that might actually be able to do this job in a functional way with actual intelligence and morals and integrity wouldn't dare to be close to this administration or Biden's for that matter. He says this is nauseating. Mamdani is little more than a Muslim terrorist. It's a disgrace he has ever granted citizenship. Think about how crazy that is. It should be stripped and he should be deported. For what crime? You're literally creating an argument that a person who's about to be in political power should have his citizenship removed because he has a different view of what's happening. In fact, the reality of what's happening. These people are not acting for American interests, guys. That's just undeniable at this point. American interest is about upholding I think what most Americans would argue is about upholding the law. It's about fair and equal the Constitution, simply put. And they don't care about that. Here's Laura Loomer. May every single person who celebrates October 7th today have the worst karma ever. Imagine being so depraved. Those people should be forever ostracized by society. All she means is if you dare say that what we're saying today means you're celebrating it. I'm celebrating any day where people died seems pretty macabre. But here's to make the point. Here's where Laura does this all the time. I simply went to Grok and said, hey, give me some examples of Laura Loomer celebrating Palestinian suffering. And many, many, many examples come up, and you could read through them for yourself, of her cheering on the suffering of Palestinians. But how dare you? And death, by the way. See, all I'm trying to highlight is that they love to put this big stand on where we are the moral one, the left are the evil, and they do exactly what they don't want you to see, or what they want you to hate in the other side. But see, these clowns actually think in many cases, who knows if she's one of them, that what they're doing is right because they are the good side. Think about how deluded you must be to actually have the mindset that by doing the exact thing that you're claiming is a problem is okay because you're the one that is allowed to, or you're the one that's on the right side. So there's no principle is the point, guys. It's not about principled actions. It's about the other side bad, whatever we do good. These are the kindergartners in the room, and they're everywhere right now. But just think about how crazy that is. On the other points around the ceasefire lie and everything else happening around this, let's not forget that Trump has screamed about how Israel must stop bombing them because the deal, and still to this day is saying that he thinks it's all going to come through. Israel has never stopped bombing from the moment he said that. Again, who is actually in charge? Since Trump's announcement on stopping bombing on Saturday, Israeli occupation forces have killed 106 people across the Strip. This is up to today. And it's probably more than that. But also, let's not forget that Netanyahu's already made it very clear. He's not going to allow this to take place. Everything Trump keeps claiming is just about to happen if Hamas accepts. Netanyahu's over here going, that's not possible. So this is what's happened every single time with Biden and Blinken. They're just doing the same thing, guys. He says, imagine after 9/11, if we said, okay, let's give bin Laden and al-Qaeda a state. The insulting the way that he's trying to conflate these things is incredible. Other than the right overlap that Osama bin Laden and al-Qaeda are also funded by Israel and the United States. So it doesn't really change that much. But the truth is that this is not like, that al-Qaeda somehow had the whatever one you want to take. Let's just take Iraq or anything else. In this case, I guess what he would be talking about would be, Afghanistan, Iraq, whatever the lies are. Let's just pick one. The point is, it's not like al-Qaeda or going back however long owned and actually had a state in these places, and then Iraq took it from them. And they're fighting to get back their territory. These are groups that you funded and armed and put out there to be able to blame the Muslims for the problem in the world. And you can prove this. Not to say that there's not Muslims doing things, or any religion for that matter, doing things that you could call terrorism if you wanted to. But this is a provable reality of what they've done with ISIS and al-Qaeda or Hamas or anything else. They have funded the most radical elements of what they claim they're fighting. Many times you can prove this. So if you're going to claim al-Qaeda was truly that this was their territory that you stole, they were only gaining it back, then it might make sense. But the idea is that you put them there. So for them to be stopped, I guess, and then go, let's give them a state, is not, it doesn't even line up. It's a completely different conversation. And he knows that. What he's trying to pretend is that the group that they keep telling us has to accept the deal that they say is a group that he'll never allow to be involved or have a state. So why in the world would Hamas accept something that was the acceptance of their destruction? Now, again, if you're going to make an honest conversation about this, the reality would be that they have to say that why are we even negotiating with Hamas if the contingent is whether they exist or not? It just doesn't make any sense. The point is it's clearly set up to fail. They keep cycling through this, and it's insulting to everyone's intelligence because we can all see it. He says that's what these European leaders are suggesting after October 7th. No, what they're saying is give the Palestinians the land you stole from them. Cat's out of the bag, bud. We all see what you are. And the reality here, Israeli war criminal Netanyahu again hints that he will not withdraw from Gaza or end the war, saying the U.S. President Trump supports what he's doing. And I believe that. I believe that just like the last false, phase 2 was going to start if they accept the thing we threw in the monkey wrench into the conversation. The point was they threw it in to destroy it because the plan was to break on phase 2 right before all the hostages were released. You realize they almost had this. If they just initiated the second part, they would have gotten all the hostages back. And then he could have blown it all up. Then he could have said, screw you, Hamas. But he didn't. He did it before because the deal from Trump before he came into power was that he would allow them to do that. Likely to argue that Biden's, that the deal wouldn't, at the end of the day, they have allowed this to continue. And he's saying Trump supports him in that. While Trump is saying otherwise outside. Now, in general, let's not forget, this is in Lebanon, by the way. They're their extremists are killing and raping in Syria. Their extremist IDF members and Mossad are carrying out illegal attacks all across Lebanon. They just bombed a building full of people in Qatar. They're bombing all over. I mean, they still bomb in Iraq from time to time. We've talked about that. Just no coverage. I mean, there's many different examples, or even the point from Iraq, if you go back a while, where it was proven that the United States was giving Israel intelligence, American passports, to be able to secretly move through Iraq. It's all over the world. This is a group that is fighting wars against people all over the place and framing itself as the victim. What you're seeing here is Zionists who are waiting for the wife of a person they're trying to bomb to walk out, to get in the car so they can bomb both parents, leaving the children orphans. Western journalists aren't talking about any of this. It happens all the time. This is a deliberate terrorist attack on people outside of a military conduct in a public place where other civilians are hurt while waiting for the wife to join him. You think this is unique? This is Tuesday for the IDF, guys. This is what happens every day. Gaza Notifications points out 2 years into Israel's genocide in Gaza, civil defense warns the world will be shocked by the scale of destruction once the war ends. If you can see the picture, guys, this is the whole of Gaza. And they just keep bombing all over. Anywhere they're trying to keep some semblance of life, they're bombing more. Over 2 million people are living in catastrophic conditions. If that's the case, I find it hard to believe that many people are still alive. 2,700 families have been completely erased from the civil registry. Smotrich, in regard to the West Bank, with all that's happening, mind you, comes out on the corporate media in Israel. Smotrich established a new enforcement department. Tractors simply destroying the entire grove, ripping out 2,500 olive trees from their roots in the West Bank. Guerrilla unit protecting the interest of the Jewish people. This is on Channel 14's West Bank settlement correspondent. He reveals the Minister of Finance and de facto governor of the West Bank, Smotrich, has established a paramilitary unit whose job is the destruction of everything Palestine without bureaucracy, meaning like as if they ever actually had some kind of legal process. Now they're just doing it because they know they have the allowance from Donald Trump. The thing he just publicly said he would never allow, even though it was already happening. I don't know why people can't acknowledge how obviously dishonest all of this is. I mean, some of us are. It says, the end of the clip, the so-called rabbi, deputy mayor of the area, explains why it's kosher to destroy olive trees. Ethnic cleansing at its core. This is interesting, by the way. Apparently, a member of European Parliament, her name is Benny Schuderi, was actually on the global Sumud flotilla. She was taken violently and held hostage in Israel. I believe she was one of the more prominent ones. They let go as quick as they could. She gets released. Nobody cares. She was illegally held in a prison in a foreign country, and nobody in the European Parliament cares. Yeah, same in the United States. Welcome to the reality. The people in our governments are completely occupied. I mean, think about how crazy this is. Imagine if Lindsey Graham was taken by Iran and held in a prison for a week. Can you imagine where we'd be right now? Nobody cares. They literally ignored it. And they were people that were abused, starved. There are still people. I'll show you next. I mean, she's just simply going, are we not going to do anything about this? And on top of that, just the simple action in international waters, like the United States bombing innocent people in the middle of the ocean. Probably there's an overlap there, trying to make a normal precedence here. It's all illegal from top to bottom. And nobody cares. In positions of power. American veteran Greg Stroker, who was taken, by the way, actually, I don't think I grabbed this one, has been released from Israeli prison after being illegally detained aboard the flotilla. This is last week. In a video update he shared after landing in Slovakia, he says that many of the detainees still imprisoned have begun a hunger strike to protest the holding of them. And because they're withholding insulin from people who need it, or they might die. They don't care. I think this is really, really telling, obviously. So what they're doing is simply letting go of the people who might have a little more reach, right? The people who might be a problem if they die unexpectedly, and torturing the rest. Here's what Greg had to say about it. And the point to make before we watch it, there's Americans there, guys. There's Americans trapped still in Israel. Not a word, not a single mention of this from anybody in the America First, most transparent administration in history.
Here, I'm out of Israeli detention along with one other U.S. citizen, Mo, a Marine Corps veteran. As far as the rest of the U.S. delegation, we're not really tracking what's going on. In terms of other delegates who have been released, we're not really sure either. In the prison are kind of what you'd expect from a terror gulag. Basically, no showers, food scarcity. A lot of people are on hunger strike in protest to them withholding insulin from some of our detainees. And yeah, we were told there are no doctors for animals. We were told that, they're going to try to get the rest of us out in 24 to 48 hours, but there is no transparency. None of us has seen lawyers. They're not following their own rules for self-deportation. You're supposed to be out of the country in 24, 72 hours. That hasn't happened. I think the only reason I was released is because some of the pressure from my own local representatives in Texas. So we need to keep pushing and fighting to get the other people released. This is insane. And also, I would remind everybody that everything that happened here is 1/10, maybe less, probably less, than what Palestinians go through in extrajudicial detention in Israeli terror prisons. Only here because I had the privilege and luxury of getting shuffled on at the last second to a Slovakian charter flight arranged by that government to get me out of the country. This entire process is insane. There's a lot of bureaucratic incompetence. There seems to be a lot of political infighting between like Ben-Gvir's coalition and what other more liberal Zionist elements want to see. So the entire process is absolutely confused and they're not following their own laws.
And what I find most, but one of the parts that I don't think is, well, just to add my own thought on this, that I think what's important to consider is that Netanyahu, despite the deviation of what, I think more liberal Zionists are worried about the way it will look, not that they care, whereas Ben-Gvir is screaming, you're all terrorists and I'm going to torture you. It's like, that's the divide. But just recognize that I think what Netanyahu considers is that they know that Trump and them see them a bunch of radical leftists, even though that's not the case. The political spectrum on these flotillas is not only left, guys. That's what's so crazy, but they just radical leftists. Stephen Miller, they're all leftists because these are people fighting to destroy this country. So as well as I that Trump and the rest of them are going to ignore it because that's how they probably view this. These are American citizens and they don't seem to care. Now, I just realized, by the way, let me bring this back, that I forgot. I guess I must have closed that screenshot I had very quickly to go over some of these points that I post. And I want to play through a video about the blue shirt thing that I mentioned, going back to the Hannibal Directive. It's a little disjointed now. Sorry about that. I just had forgot I had that one. But he goes through and says that, look, there are still Americans in prison right now. And that those that have been released as of October 6th, and he lists off the names. I don't understand. Again, I'm just so baffled. Like, if you had asked me before, I never would have said that they'd be silent. Like maybe they'd make up an argument about why, but they are not saying a word about Americans being taken in this point. In the past, they haven't as well. But now, with everything that's happening, with people like us screaming about it, let's not forget that Mohammed Ibrahim is still in an Israeli prison. He's a teenager. He's 60 years old. He's born in Florida, third generation. And he is still currently in an Israeli prison with none of these people saying a word about it. Not Randy Fine, not Ted Cruz, not Marco Rubio, Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, Donald Trump, none of them. I just continue to be absolutely floored by that. Now, this is just asking Grok, simply asking this is saying, what's the current status? Now, he's been accused apparently of throwing a rock. Let's not forget, Trump said the same thing about the border wall, right? Kill him. I guess if you're American too, okay, Israel take care of that evil rock-throwing American. Who cares that they were West Bay, these, IDF or settlers were out there raping and burning houses down? How dare he throw a rock? But get him, right? He remains pre-trial, which means that there is no trial, guys. He remains in administrative detention without charges or any trial. Guys, you have to realize this is an American citizen who's not even getting process in Israel when they know that I'll read what this says right here. This violates U.S. citizen protections and international law, including the Fort Geneva Convention ban on transferring minors from occupied territories. You must realize, guys, that this is something that Israel knows not only legally is a problem, but that in most cases that this is something that the U.S. should have a problem with. But they didn't even blink. Doesn't that speak to the fact that they're not really the one, that the U.S. government is not a problem here? He's lost 26 pounds. He's been there. He's developed scabies due to unsanitary conditions. including a lack of clean bedding, clothing, soap, and showers. As an American citizen. Not some, like what I just makes me gross that we even have to make a distinction here. But this is a kid that was born in the United States. His family before him was born in the United States. It says no family visits or phone contact allowed for 7 months. 7 months. The U.S. Embassy welfare checks are restricted. That's not legal, guys. This is completely broken. His lawyers requested medical care in August. Nothing. Next court hearing he has scheduled for October 29th. He is one of 323 Palestinian children aged 12 to 17 currently detained in military prisons. Now, when they say trial, what they mean is, and you can see some horrifying videos of this, a room full of grizzled, mostly masked IDF members and a kid, and they scream and they yell, and ultimately, I think it's like 99.9% of the cases go the direction of what they want. Robert's covered this. Children. Over 100 U.S. organizations have demanded his release. Not your own government, though, mind you, urging the Trump administration to intervene via a single diplomatic call. Given annual U.S. aid to Israel exceeds far more than $3 billion. His case gained attention after his cousin, by the way, 20 years old, was allegedly beaten to death by Israeli settlers in July. No big deal, though, right, guys? Small story. And I asked if Trump's administration has said a word in any way. Right? Now, have they said a word, let alone even mentioned or condemned it? Nope. Neither President Trump or any of his high-level officials in administration, any of them, have publicly mentioned this case at all. Critics, including many family members, argue this contradicts Trump's America First stance, especially given leverage the U.S. has, which is everything. It's like I want that alone to be the one thing you take away from the show. It's so absolutely wild to me. Now, let's play this. Going back to the Hannibal directive, maybe just, at least some of it. I'm a little longer than I wanted to go over this case, but I wanted to see, this is an interesting going back to the beginning of this. So like we said with Efrat Fangenson or plenty of others, this is an Israeli, Hebrew speaking Israeli, I believe it was in Israel, talking about what he saw early in this conversation. Now for the podcast, again, it's in Hebrew, so I'm sorry for this part. You might just want to skip forward or find the video part of it, but ultimately I'll say some things, but I think it's important that we go over this. So what he says is mercenaries in blue shirts. You'll see them, like, some of them closer to the face, but ultimately this is in, I think it's the overlap of breaking through and in Israel, occupied Palestine. And what he'll point out, and I'll read for you, is that these people are speaking Hebrew with an Ashkenazi accent and with rings that demonstrate where they're from. Very, very interesting. This is the video with the man in light blue shirt. Let's analyze it. He says, first of all, you can clearly hear him speaking with Hebrew. And he says, where was it? Oh, too far. Yeah, so you can clearly hear someone speaking Hebrew with a Jewish accent. No question, he says. Let's hear when he plays it. It says, and you can hear this in Hebrew with a Jewish accent, not an Arabic dialect. An M16 weapon with a rifle scope, he says. Next, a gold ring on his finger. It's either a kind of a skull or something. It's magnified, a skull with one of the symbols of the organizations he belongs to. This is a white Ashkenazi appearance. And finally, wearing a Corona face mask. So it says he's wearing a Corona face mask. So you're telling me a terrorist who came to kill children is protecting himself against Corona? He covers his face so that he will not be recognized, was his point. He says that's only the, this is from one of their local papers publishing it. He says, I have not seen this anywhere else. Not in the written account, nor on television. At least asking the question. Who is the man in the light blue shirt? He sounds Jewish. He says, who does he answer to? A blurred image of a man on the light blue shirt, number 2. First of all, his credit to Shannon Green. Michael published an article in which you can see another man wearing a light blue shirt. Someone blurred his face. It says, but someone only blurred his face and not the other terrorists. So this is a case where you can see the Bibas children. And so this is something put out by Israel, and they blurred that guy's face only. I think that's pretty clear. He says, I do not know who originally blurred the image, but again, the point is released. This was something released by the Israeli government. This angle, which you can see here completely, does not appear in the 4-minute video, which I have. Why blur the face of the man in the light blue shirt? This image also appears in various other places online, but a different blur, red and Arabic. My friend and I managed to extract some of the face in the 4-minute video. There's a 4-minute video, as I told you. 4 minutes and 8 seconds. I see a lot of scenes put together. This is what this guy looks like without the blur. You zoom on the lower part of his face, and I overlay the part of his face without blurring. In the red, you can see his baldness. So this is what the man with the light blue shirt number 2 looks like. Man with light blue shirt number 3. Okay, so there's a zoom on him from behind. I wonder, what is this thing up here? I didn't understand this. And here is from the front, some kind of face covering, almost looks like a nylon knit kind of thing. So he's just reviewing. Man, blue shirt 1, Jewish according to his voice, saying Hebrew, no, let him go. So, and also directing the other, what they claim are Hamas, in what to do. Man, blue shirt number 2, definitely not a Muslim, he says. Now, I mean, I guess I would argue that probably means not Arab, but, he says Muslim. I mean, the point I would make is clearly anybody could be Muslim or Jewish based on, deciding to be. But he says he seems most likely Jewish, and that's his opinion. He says, but he's wearing a blue shirt. Pay attention, you're coming to slaughter people wearing a buttoned up shirt. Like, I agree. That doesn't seem to make much sense. It doesn't make sense, he says. It appears he's one of the senior people, according to his stance and also according to how he's dressed. Man number 3 does not seem Jewish, seems like a Muslim, he said. Again, I would argue Arab. And that very well could. That's important to point out, by the way, as well, with Hebrew translation, as well as like a Muslim, or I guess depending on many different, and generally Muslim Arab overlap conversation, depending on, there's different dialects, you could clearly point out that words, for example, from a Palestinian perspective, the word Zionist and Jew basically conflate because of the years and years of Zionist Israel doing that, claiming that's the same thing, right? And so when many cases they can prove they mean Zionist, the translation can be deceptively framed as Jewish. And same thing here. You could argue that what he means there, the word may be conflated. That's just worth considering. I think that happens a lot with some of this translation. So you got 2 men that he argues are white and Jewish. One that looks, 2 that look Jewish. One looks, I guess, just Arab or Muslim, depending on what word you want to take from that. I think the point is the same in where he's going. And it says, and he is the member of the command team. Why in the command team? Because there was a place where he did like this with his hand and basically directed people with signals, and they followed his orders. Remember, although the light blue shirts are not operational uniform, he says they were used to signal other terrorists who was in command. That's his opinion. To ensure that they don't hurt them accidentally. Meaning, like, don't confuse me with other IDF members that look white or Jewish or whatever the overlapping point would be. A few more things. These are from other areas. He says, you're hearing clear Hebrew. I think the simple fact that you can hear this from people who are working alongside the armed people that were invading, that's speaking in Hebrew and Jew. I mean, and his point is, look, you could argue that there's an overlap because of where they are and how and the proximity, but despite the obvious points to make of why that wouldn't happen, the idea being that, you know, that overall that it's with a Jewish accent, not an Arab accent or dialect. Right. So, I mean, I think that alone is a very, very important point to understand that there was some kind of involvement on the ground with what was going on. And he says you can hear them with Jewish accents. Let them have it. It's one of them. You can also hear slowly. So these are people directing the other alleged Hamas members and keeping them, that's, I think that's very important. Another scene. He's just playing all the different Hebrew, Jewish accent Hebrew he's catching. He says, wait, hey, in Hebrew. Another scene you hear, you have people here. Not because of the quality of the sound during our editing, it says. Now because of that. And putting in the comments, 2 videos stitched together. A stitched together 30-second video where you'll be able to see the advance of the man in the light blue shirt. 3 visible. There you can hear very clearly. He says, no, let him go. ב-1:53 בסרט המולחם, חכה AAA. בזמן 2:17 יש לך פה ענה, ככל נראה שין. ב-4:09 בסרטון המולחם, או בשנייה הראשונה בסרטון השני של ה-30 שניות, תנו בראש, ולאט לאט בזמן 4:22. הדבר חשוב פה להבין זה הקונטקסט. He says most important thing in this context, it's the connection. The words in Hebrew are in line with what is happening in reality. Right, so ultimately showing that they're the ones directing, and then you can watch that is what's ultimately happening. They're following the orders. He says now on the Gaza side, it appears there are other mercenaries helping them. So that was in Israel. This one looks American, he says. Credit to Michael Haddad. He says, let's see this thing. Look at a marked here with an arrow. Now it's smaller, but you go zoom in, we pause it, zoom in. He says, and he's also putting on a black face mask. I mean, the point of potential involvement from U.S. intelligence is probably the most obvious thing you could think of. Now, no mask, and here with a mask. I mean, look at that. That's very interesting to me. This is supposed to be in Gaza. Like he's saying it isn't. The point is that wouldn't be what you would expect to see. What looks to me like some kind of American intelligence operative or military person doesn't look like whatever all Hamas members breaking through the fence, does it? Wearing a Nike hat with all black. He looks like the type of Caucasian, white American, he says. Also with a Nike cap he put on. So it's not only Muslims who are involved in these events. So you could go many ways with this. You could argue this is the evidence suggesting that Israel was involved with sort of at manufacturing this event. And that's why. There's any number of ways. The point is with all the evidence we have, and I'll probably just leave it there since for time, it's just overwhelmingly obvious. And this one, he says, you could say it's a misunderstanding. Basically what he's saying is you can't keep claiming it's all this kind of like chaotic, unorganized, and then look and see the opposite. Like, it's either one of the other. I think that's the general point he's making right here. Anyway, I'll leave it there. I'll include this. It's all, as always, everything down there for you guys. I think it's important just to see how much of that, all the information we have is completely broken down, and now what you're watching is these two powerful intelligence entities, the US and Israel, just doing their best to just jam in the future world that they want to build that will likely mean that what you think no longer matters. Kind of seems to make sense to me. And understand, I believe very deeply that we can absolutely stop that from happening. So it's not some give up, we're doomed. I don't believe that. Now, on the case of Maxwell, which clearly connects to the larger conversation, let's realize that the Epstein blackmail network is, I argue, one of the largest examples that we can prove of how Israel gained the control over these governments. Supreme Court rejects Epstein associate Maxwell's appeal for criminal conviction. Now, I wasn't sure what I thought, whether that would happen or not, but they denied it, right? And so now, quick, her argument is, I think it's right here briefly. Well, first, in that article, you could read it from Guardian. The basic point is that that they were denied, but there's plenty more they have to do. All these different ways they're going to try to get her out. But now it went to people asked Trump, like, hey, what will you consider pardoning her? And he definitely says he'll have to, he'll consider that. Not an absolute no. So here it is. Trump says he'll consider Maxwell's pardon. And the way that he does this, again, it's just kind of like, you could have just been like, I don't even understand why you couldn't make this simple, right? It's very easy to sort of be like, well, I like most likely not, or just say no, whether or not you end up doing it. Like, it just seems like a very weird way to try to walk this, and ultimately does it in a way like, that's what I was saying before. Like, who's Maxwell? Like, it's just so ridiculous. He's insulting all of you more than anybody, the people who support him, who thought this was going to change. And he's lying to your face, acting like he has no idea. You know as well as I that anybody paying attention even barely to this, that this is one of the most important things to them right now. The way that this is destroying his own base, there's even been leaked information showing that they're desperate, having meetings about this all the time. And this is the way he responds. Asked about the pardon.
Today, Mr. President,
say it.
The Supreme Court is back and said that they rejected today an appeal by Ghislaine Maxwell to overturn her conviction. That means her only chance of getting out of prison is a pardon from you. Is that something you're...
Who are we talking about?
Ghislaine Maxwell.
I haven't heard the name in so long.
Are you serious? You mean aside from yesterday when you talked about it? This is just bad acting, right? I mean, if you actually think that he's unaware of this right now, that's pretty alarming to his mental state. I think you can prove as a matter of fact that he's playing stupid.
I can say this, that I'd have to take a look at it. I would have to take a look. Did they reject that?
You mean, aside from the fact that she literally just started the question by, they just rejected it, now what? And you're going, what? Did they do that? Really? Again, guys, I don't know what kind of audience he thinks that's going to work for. That's just insane. Except for this ridiculous cartoons out there like Danny Johnson and Nick Sword. They're like, yay, Trump did the thing. And he said, he just, bombshell, Trump just shoved it in the face of the media. Is that what happened? Or they just clumsily make it clear that is by pretending he doesn't. It's just funny the way that these partisan cheerleaders will say whatever happened was the greatest thing of ever history of Trump. The UN speech that was ridiculous. Oh, it was the best speech ever. Shoved in his face. Or Pam Bondi we'll talk about next, who just did very poorly. But what do you get? All the Hotterties and Eric and all the rest of them going, oh my God, they just dunked on him because she's like, you're the one. Wow. It's just insane. It's bad.
To appeal her conviction.
And what happened?
They said that they were not going to hear her appeal.
I see. Well, the name is so long. I can say this, that I'd have to take a look at it. I would have to take a look. Did they reject that?
She wanted to appeal her conviction.
And what happened?
They said that they were not going to hear her appeal.
I see. Well, I'll take a look at it. I will speak to the DOJ. I wouldn't consider it or not consider it. I don't know anything about it. So, but I will speak to the DOJ.
Why would she be a candidate for clemency, sir?
I don't know. I'd have to speak to the DOJ. I'll look at it. I have a lot of people who have asked me for pardons. I call him Puff Daddy has asked me for a pardon.
But she was convicted of child sex trafficking.
Yeah, I'm going to have to take a look at it. I have to ask DOJ. I didn't know they rejected it. I didn't know she was even asking for it, frankly.
Are you kidding me? You see, this is what he does. That was, I mean, it was already a step too far. That was already just like insanely embarrassing. But now you're gonna pretend that you don't even know that she was asking for a pardon. You mean aside from the fact that you've already addressed that publicly, Donald Trump? Okay, either he's completely losing his mind or he's just stuck. He doesn't know what to do, and he knows that if he just puts on a show, all the million follower puppets they've created are going to jump out and yell whatever they're supposed to, and maybe that'll work. At least maybe we'll distract you with another big thing we'll lie about tomorrow. You know, who knows? That is insane. This is why most people who are any way like a shred of honesty are going, damn it. Like that's, you know, and they're out there right now and they're suddenly and slowly starting to go, okay, I just can't keep pretending I'm an idiot. Good for you. Wish it was a little faster, but I'm glad people are starting to come along to the right side of history here. But it's obvious what's happening here. It's really bad. And we've already talked about Maxwell was granted limited immunity, which already should have been enough for everybody. Move to a soft, you know, what do they call it? Club fed prison that very, very provably she would, and she is potentially capable of getting work release, which they all tried to down when it didn't happen yet, but she already tried and they turned her down because of the job. She still has the ability to get work release right now. And all the mainstream alternative media people lied about that and pretended it was a fake story. No, it's very real. The point is that this is already happening. And she was already given the proffer agreement with whatever she gave them. And now I think this is going to very, very clearly end up where she is going to get out one way or another because of what they did. And that was the plan. Whether he pardons it or not, they'll find some way. That's what I'm arguing. I think that's very clearly in the cards here. Either way, let's put it this way. I think the pardon is what's likely going to happen. But I can't know for sure. This is somebody posting this beneath this statement of him going, Maxwell, what? Right? I don't even know. Island? What's an island?
Nice guy. Got a lot of problems coming up, in my opinion, with the famous island with Jeffrey Epstein.
You raised the question of Jeffrey Epstein in your remarks about in the Q&A.
Well, I think he's got a problem. I mean,
what do you think the problem will be?
I don't know, but that island was really a cesspool. There's no question about it. Just ask
Prince
so he
does
Andrew.
know about it.
He'll tell you about it. The island was an absolute cesspool.
Great. So he does know about it, obviously, right? So he tries to play dumb. But yeah, I'm not saying I can prove that he's committed crimes there. I can't. But the idea that you are pretending he's not covering up for everyone that did right now is insane. So obviously, that's pretty embarrassing, right? It reminds me of what we just saw from the joke of what James Lee posted it of Tim Dillon, right? What is ice cream? It's like it's making fun of Barry Weiss, going like, "What is Mossad?" They say I'm part of you. What is it? It's pretty. What's happening right now is hard to watch. Like if it wasn't so real, like if it was it would probably be almost unbearably funny if it was a show. Because you'd laugh at how dumb, but this is real life. These are people who are actually out there doing that. It's pretty wild, guys. I mean, it's entertaining in a way. That's why it's kind of scary how it's used to kind of reality TV today. What the patriotic blonde says, I barely know her, but I may give her a pardon. Kind of joking, right? All these many, 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 many times where they're together. You have Epstein on record saying he was his closest friend for 10 years. You've got on the Daily Beast podcast. You got all these different overlaps you just can't deny, right? And they just lied to you guys. And this was, why does that keep happening right there? Oh, come on. There it is. Just a shout out to the person who posted this AI image, by the way. I'm not sure if they made it or not, but the image was on if you haven't seen it, it's on the main cover today. It is kind of a mock of the Trump pump, fight meme where it shows Maxwell holding the pardon with Bondi and Trump trying to usher her away. Well done. Now, Massey points out, contrary to what the Speaker Johnson is saying here, he's doing everything he can, including delaying the swearing in of the most recently elected member of Congress and spreading misinformation about the legislation to block a vote in Congress on legislation to release the Epstein files. Very simple. And of course, I wasn't actually aware. I thought that person had already been sworn in, and ultimately that was the vote. But apparently, it is their way that they're potentially delaying that. And I argue, like I said, still going after one of the Republican votes. All they need is one less, right? So if they can get one of the Republicans, Mace, I don't know if she's already changed, to change. As this says, I'm for maximum disclosure. I want every page of this out. Really? Donald Trump is not implicated in this. I think he doth protest too much. He wants to protect the innocent victims. Right. Well, that's not off the table, guys. The victims are the ones calling for you guys to release the information. You guys are caught. He's very passionate about that. No, he's not. He's for maximum disclosure. No, he's not. And the DOJ has shown that. No, they haven't. Just keep lying. I mean, nobody's buying this. Not even Republicans are buying this right now. But overall, I think it's also about like the larger lies around just the legislation in general, like the actual closure, like funding of immigrants and so on. You know, it's just the point to make about that quickly. I am in no way arguing that there's not ridiculous Democrats out there who make the argument that we should ignore the law where it comes to certain things they care about. The point is that most people left and right are, look, if you're breaking the law, if you're an illegal immigrant, you get deported. It's not the point about whether that should happen. That's how they're trying to kind of couch the conversation. It's about whether you go through the legal processes to do it the right way. Charge with the crime, present the evidence, due process. That's the only way it can legally happen. They just lie about that and go, they don't want deportation. Not true in most cases. So on top of that, the idea of like the giving them healthcare. Yeah, there's my same point. There are many people that actually stupidly make the argument, even if it's illegal. Most people recognize that this is not the real picture. They're not arguing for doing that. They're arguing for things that do not even arguably do that, but simply making the broad case that's what they want and acting like you're lying if you don't think that. All they're doing is convincing people of lies to keep this going, I think. That's what he's generally saying. Whether he means that point about the legislation or not, the point is the same. They're dragging this out, guys. I think until they can change those numbers. Watch. If you end up with 217 people and they don't have one vote enough to make it happen, that's what they were trying to accomplish. That's my opinion. So 3 posts, I think it's 3 or maybe 2. Yeah, so 3 posts of Pam Bondi where it relates to the Epstein files. There could be more. I think there are actually, but these are the ones I want to show you. Then we're going to get into some of the other things she had to say. I'll tell you, this is hard to watch. I think the feeling I get from this is that she seems to believe, maybe she just desperately clings to the hope that Donald Trump will back her no matter what. That all she does is project venom and you lefties are bad and you're doing the wrong thing and just like this childish pushback. Even if it's true, that's not the point. This right now is about you're being asked a question. In most cases, historically, they grandstand, they don't answer, but they never just go no. Like you're an idiot and you're the lefty dummy and I'm like really childish. She didn't say that. Obviously, I'm making fun of her, but in most cases, there's at least an answer that we all can sense is clearly trying not to answer, but at least there's some kind of argument. Not just, you're the criminal. You're dumb. It's like this bet. You'll see what I mean. It's embarrassing. And she is out of her league, like most of them are. And even people like Cat Turd are like, get her out of here, while otherwise trying to make how she won somehow. It's embarrassing. Look at their feeds. They're like, Bondi just dunked on the Democrat. But then over here going, Bondi needs to go. She's bad at this. That's what they're doing, both things at the same time. But the point here is that she is clumsy and falling in front of them about a lot of this stuff. Here's the Epstein points. Pam Bondi now says that she never had the Epstein list. Now, we know this one already. Her argument, even though she does a very poor job of making it here, even though there's a better way she could have framed this, because here's her argument. I wasn't saying the list was on my desk. I was saying all of the stuff was on my desk, and I have to get there to review it. And the list might be there. You see how easy that is to say in a very, very, I'd be like, oh, okay, well, I don't agree with you. I don't believe you, but well, good point, right? Maybe that's what she meant because you don't know for sure, right? But no, that's not what she does. And the truth is that whether or not it was a list 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the reality, and they know this, is we're not asking for some one man. We're asking for you guys to compile a list of people who were responsible, which you have. And this is how they're trying to sidestep it. It's cover up all across the board.
You made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote. You then produce already public information and no client list at a major media event hosted at the White House. Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Also watch her just very, her disdain, the way that she reacts. It's just lack of decorum. And that's not to say that you have to respect everybody, but it's about respecting the audience. And, the idea is that she comes across with just absolute, I don't even have to be a part of this. I'm doing this as, disdain is the right word for it. But there's more to it. Like the way that she's presenting herself is, I guess, not just disdainful of the other side, but of even having to go through this process of explaining myself to the peons.
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my desk along with the JFK files, the Martin Luther King files.
Even the way she just said that, it seems to continue to suggest that the list was on her desk. You see my point? Like, she is wildly out of her league. I mean, anybody who could have, I don't even know if she understands what they're getting at this point. Like, her answer just basically said, I just didn't look at it. It was there, but I didn't look yet. So what's your argument? That the list was there later and it just didn't show what you thought? Your argument doesn't exist, you understand? Like, you just set yourself up for failure right there.
And I said I had not yet reviewed it. And if you see our memo on Epstein, you will see, excuse me, our memo on Epstein clearly points out that there was no client list, our July 6th memo.
Going back to the Epstein files, according to another whistleblower who made a protected disclosure to my office, you pushed the FBI to review approximately 100,000 Epstein-related records on an arbitrarily short deadline in March, and the FBI was directed to flag any documents that mentioned President Trump. Nothing came of that review until July, when DOJ and FBI released an unsigned memo stating, quote, there's no incriminating client list. Why was the July 7th memo unsigned?
The July 7th memo came from the FBI and the Department of Justice. Director Patel answered those questions very clear. And, you know, Senator Durbin, I find it very interesting that you refused repeated Republican requests to release the Epstein flight logs.
Sorry, I was muted. So right there, I think it's important to highlight the fact that, you know, look, I think they're all criminals. I think most of these people in some way or another are compromised by a lot of this. But what is the, and I'm not even denying that that point may be valid. Let's just even say it is. Fine. So you did that. You have, you know, the point is deflect to his criminal activity. I guess, therefore, that means that mine doesn't matter. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's not a well-crafted effort right there. Yes, you're a criminal. Yes, you're the one that did something wrong. You're just simply going, you did something. As if that somehow changes the question. Like, in a well-crafted way would be to make a retort that was involved with this. Like, somehow he or somebody else did the same thing, or is, you know, it's just, so yes, he covered it up. So what's your point? That you didn't? Then say that.
In 2023 and 2024, you fought that. Did you take money from Reid Hoffman, campaign donations,
Never
who was a huge Epstein friend? Why did you fight for years? Why did you fight to not disclose
God, she is so bad
the
at
flight
this.
logs, Senator Durbin?
I can tell you I did not refuse. One of the senators here wished to produce those logs, and I asked her to put it in writing, and she never did.
Yeah, I think Senator Blackburn would quarrel with you on that.
And I will quarrel with you as to Reid, somebody that you mentioned I never heard of.
Reid Hoffman.
So who gave the order to flag records related to President Trump?
You know what's crazy to me? Look at her face. And this is because she thinks by mentioning Reid Hoffman, she's going to get some callback to all the people that there's valid points to be made around all of that conversation. She thinks she somehow just got the one up on that because she threw out a buzz conversation to make the thing. How does that have any bearing on whether or not you did what you were supposed to do? I just don't think she's smart enough to recognize how out of her depth she is.
President Trump. Heard of.
Reid with you on that.
Heard of.
Reid Hoffman.
So who gave the order to flag records related to President Trump?
To flag records for President Trump?
To flag.
By the way, something that we all know for a fact happened because it was reported widely and they've even basically admitted to it. That they, you know, and this to be clear, that doesn't then therefore mean that that was a proof of crime. Trump knew him. We know that. His name would likely fall. And that was the point, that they were so afraid. Like, let's just even say for sake of conversation, he didn't commit any crimes. That the effort was to keep his name out of it because he didn't want to be overlapped with it by manipulative Democrats. Fair. But the point is he still is lying about doing so. And she can't even admit that, even though it's already been reported. She thinks Trump will get mad at her if she does, and he probably will.
Flag records for President Trump?
To flag any records which included his name.
See, look at her.
I'm not going to discuss anything about that with you, Senator.
Eventually,
Wow.
you have to answer
Okay,
for
so you're just going to, what she just did, by the way, admits that it did happen, and she just is refusing to discuss it. See my point? The lack of answer is supposed to leave it ambiguous. And look at her smile. Out of your depth. So the next one. Oh, well, our memo on the Epstein clearly points out. Hold on, there was one thing I was going to highlight real quick.
Senator Durbin, and if you see our memo,
To deflag any documents that mention President Trump.
Yeah, there was one of the points I was going to make, but I'll leave it there. There's plenty of stuff to get into. So this was the one we just discussed. Here's the next one. And this is the same overlap. And it says, Bondi, point blank, Dick Durbin asked Bondi, point blank, if she consulted the White House before about not releasing the Epstein files, and she refused to answer. Many, many cases. And again, don't ever take these as somehow like the other side good. We're not that childish. It's just you highlighting, let's just say they're all criminals. The point is that she's refusing to answer these questions like she thinks that gives her some kind of one up, and in ways that make her look guilty.
You is to read somebody that you mentioned I never heard of.
Reid Hoffman.
So who gave the order to flag records related to President Trump?
Continuation.
To flag records for President Trump?
To flag any records which included his name.
I'm not going to discuss anything about that with you, Senator.
Eventually, you're going to have to answer for your conduct in this. You won't do it today, but eventually you will. I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, I'm sorry. So it's just basically the last extra part of that you didn't hear the first one. That, the idea that you're going to have to answer for this in some way or another. Because legally speaking, that is the case. Now, this one is in regard to the, this is interesting, by the way, allegations within source material and testimony. That doesn't mean real, by the way. It could. That's the point of the question, is whether or not there's evidence around what they're reporting as photos of Trump with half-naked young girls. And this is the way she responds.
Something else. There's been public reporting that Jeffrey Epstein showed people photos of President Trump with half-naked young women. Do you know if the FBI found those photographs in their search of Jeffrey Epstein's safe or premises or otherwise? Have you seen any such thing?
I mean, guys, just look, the same point as always. Just because somebody has a political motivation, right? Like to say, for example, that these people probably have huge motivation to expose or even lie about something Trump did. Of course they do. That does not then make the thing false. It can, right? But the point is, that's a very valid question. There's evidence that shows that somebody could lie. So all he's doing is going confirm or not. Do you have evidence that that exists or not? She could have just said no, you understand. But I think that she doesn't say no is the worry that eventually will come out, and it does exist. So here's how she answers. Of course, she's got to start with disdain. How dare you besmirch the good name of Donald Trump? Well, he didn't. He just asked whether or not. And you have an opportunity to dispel that terrible lie, don't you? She's just so bad at this.
Or premises or otherwise. Have you seen any such in their search of Jeffrey Epstein's safe or premises or otherwise? Have you seen any such thing?
Senator Whitehouse, you sit here and make salacious remarks, once again trying to slander President Trump left and right, when you're the one who was taking money from one of Epstein's closest confidants, I believe.
Probably. But what's funny about this one is she goes on to be like, I don't know, maybe, I'm not sure. That's bad. But the point is the same. Whether or not, that has no bearing on the question that's being asked. Just because he's guilty doesn't make the other side not guilty as well. But this is the game in people's minds in partisanship. One side bad, one side good, right? No matter what. Binary thinking.
I could be wrong. Correct me. Reid Hoffman.
Think about saying that. Think about saying that. You realize that's from a lawyer. To make that allegation publicly, if you don't know for sure, you could be sued for that. She's very desperate, I think, to do whatever Trump wants.
President Trump, left and right, when you're the one who was taking money from one of Epstein's closest confidants, I believe, I could be wrong, correct me, Reid Hoffman, who was with Jeffrey Epstein on multiple occasions. And the senator sitting right next to you tried to block the flight logs from being released.
You know what I think?
Yeah, you're grilling me on President Trump and some photograph with Epstein? Come on.
Like that doesn't matter? Now, the way she just said that seems to suggest that might be real. You see how bad this is? Because she, with her effort to go, you're the bad one, she keeps almost saying, but that's real, but that's less important. Now, what's crazy is what I think she actually did right there, because she's so clumsy, is that she just conflated the two people sitting next to each other. See, she called out the other guy for funding from Reid Hoffman. He denied it. This time she's saying she's talking to him. And I think in mid-conversation, she's going, oops, that's not the right guy. And she goes, well, maybe though. I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong. Wow.
The question is, did the FBI find those photographs that have been discussed publicly by a witness who claimed Jeffrey Epstein showed them to him? You don't know anything about that.
Wow.
Okay?
And she's like, thank you. Took it. You see how crazy that is? Just say no. Deny it. But she just goes, if he doesn't push me, I'll just take that. I'll take that shocking large L. You just lost that exchange. But I mean, that's what vulnerability looks like. You must be able to see that by now. So as Mehdi points out, this is her non-answer. Notice the non-answer. This is explosive. This should be explosive. The U.S. Attorney General, who said she had the Epstein files on her desk, cannot say whether or not the FBI has pictures of Trump with half-naked women, which one witness who knows Epstein said she's seen, as well as the fact that she didn't even deny it. In fact, she seems to suggest that they're real, but less important than what she was saying. Okay. So just understand before we move past Epstein, guys, that this is not going away. And this, I promise you, is something they're gaming in every moment right now while acting like they don't know, which is really, really conspicuous. So let's talk about some of the other things that she said in this conversation, which speak to much of the other conversation we're going to have. First was just a point about Tom Homan. Think about the lack of the no one above the law. They've all said, even though they don't believe, or what they mean is no Democrat above the law, or the corruption that they pretend they're going after, or all the Democrats they say we're robbing and Social Security and nanny. Oh yeah, but no one's been arrested though. But Tom Homan though, which again is the same point either way. I think nobody's ever held accountable. This is something you can prove happened, guys. The evidence is very clear. All they're really trying to claim is that there was political motivation. Okay, maybe there was. Then charge them for, I guess what, using political motivation to trap someone in a crime they just committed. But overall, he took the money. And they almost are, and she doesn't even try to deny that. And the evidence is there. The reports, rather, are that there's video and audio recording of this breakdown, and that they chose before the election to not do anything because they wanted to basically, he needs to carry out the action that he said he would for the money. Then they can get him and say, that was the completion of the whole thing. So you're telling me that you're claiming it's political motivation for them to not expose that before the election, but instead allow the other side to gain control of it? That's political motivation? That's insane to me. And the reality is you took control and then dropped the case, even though there was evidence. I think that speaks for itself, but here's how she responded.
You mentioned that you can't discuss pending litigation, and I think the committee by and large accepted that answer. But I did notice that you spoke at great length about pending litigation, specifically with respect to the questions Senator Cruz asked you about the sentencing of the Kavanaugh defendant.
They all do this, by the way. I make this point all the time, very frequently. Like even Kash Patel, right? Here's a picture of the bullets we just found in 30 seconds ago. Ongoing investigation. Oh, okay. So you clearly can comment on an ongoing investigation when you want to sway it into your direction that later was, that you claim he was a lefty. Nobody's still proven, even though they all claim as absolute fact. Same case here. She's going to, try to work her way out of it. The truth is, you've talked about plenty of ongoing investigations. You use that excuse when you don't want to.
That's pending, right?
He was sentenced to 8 years.
I understand
the Kavanaugh overlap.
That, but that's on appeal, right?
Yes.
We will be appealing.
Right. So that makes it pending litigation. So you made an exception with respect to the Cruz questions.
Hold on. No,
but you didn't answer any of the questions that you said were pending in litigation from any of my colleagues.
Those were
now again, regardless of whether his motivation is to do whatever, it probably is dishonest. It's still a very, very valid fact. Yes, that is the case. If it is ongoing, if you are pending, that means it's an ongoing. That's the truth. Legally speaking, absolutely the case. Here's her argument for why it's not.
Facts that came out at the sentencing hearing. You're welcome to see the transcript of the sentencing hearing.
I understand that.
Reality that she's speaking about an ongoing pending. I mean, it's very clear. You get it.
Details of what they threatened to do to Justice Kavanaugh and other justices.
I condemn what that person did.
That was the sentencing.
But the point here is that that's pending litigation. You indicated you're going to be appealing. It's your right to do that. And you would not, you use that justification to not answer many other questions.
Justification, you're an attorney, Senator.
Okay.
You realize that.
I think she literally just took issue with the word justification. Do you realize, lawyer Pam Bondi, that doesn't mean false? It is a justification. You're using that to justify why you did not do it. In other cases, you did. It's just, I actually think these people are too stupid to even be in these positions.
I do want to go back to Homan. You know, there's a tape, right, with Mr.
Correct.
Homan?
Reporting anyway, yes.
I mean, first of all, is there a tape that has audio and video of the transfer of the $50,000?
You would have to talk to Director Patel about that.
Wow.
No, I'm talking to you.
I don't know the answer, Senator.
Yeah, you do know the answer.
Don't call me.
Okay. This is crazy. So this is, again, same point. You don't know the answer? Well, either that's a shocking lack of due diligence. You're embarrassing yourself. That's absolutely your responsibility, especially since she's commented on it. But just claiming you don't know, why wouldn't she do that in every other circumstance? Not true. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't know why. And this would be the one time and then she screeched, "Oh, don't call me a liar." It's like, well, we can quite literally prove that you do know. Like, because of the ongoing, because you've talked about it, because you've denied those claims in other conversations. I don't think it was a podcast. I think it was on either an interview or in front of a briefing. But she has. But watch the way she responds to this. It's very telling.
Video of the transfer of the $50,000.
You would have to talk to Director Patel about that.
No, I'm talking to you.
I don't know the answer, Senator.
Yeah, you do know the answer to that.
Don't call me a liar.
I didn't call you a liar.
You just said I know the answer. I said I don't know the answer.
Well,
you have to talk to Director
me,
Patel. What I said is that
let me
investigation
put it
was
another
closed.
way. If you don't know, why don't you know whether there was a tape and video?
Because it's her job to.
Senator, I believe that was resolved prior to my confirmation as Attorney General.
Do you think that it is of public interest for the people to know what happened to the $50,000 at the
And I'd point out that if it was resolved, okay, so let's just say before she's in the position, then it gets brought back up. And you guys are the ones saying no. So you're telling me you're denying that something happened without knowing the case's facts? Again, maybe, and that would be shockingly stupid, but I don't believe that's what's happening.
The FBI turned over to Homan?
Did you hear what I just said? That was resolved prior to my confirmation as Attorney General. That's why I said I would not know.
It's not resolved.
She's like a soulless child.
There's $50,000. Homan has it, or somebody has it. Do you have no interest in knowing where it is?
You're not going to sit here and slander Tom Homan.
Oh, great. So now you find yourself up against a wall. You're in a corner. You don't know what next to say. You're doing bad. You're a bad Democrat. Or, that's the equivalent of what she's doing. I'm not going to let you slander Homan is the one who got caught in all of this. You've claimed already that you don't think it's the case. Then prove that. Break out. If you think this isn't true, but yet you're telling us you don't know the facts, how can you possibly think it's not true? It's team sport politics. She's choosing to side with him because that's her job in her mind.
The FBI and Deputy Director Blanche said there was nothing.
I'm not slamming Tom Homan. He got the $50,000.
Tom Homan is doing, how do you know that? Tom Homan is doing a great job, as our borders are, keeping your border state safe. You're a border state.
Thank you, Senator Welch. We're going to
Madam President, could I have 1 minute?
Not right now. At the end, if you wait.
Wow. Something else, guys. And again, from a general sense, as an American, I'm embarrassed by this. People laugh at us in the world right now. And it's not that I'm saying we should care what the world thinks about it, but it matters to see that people outside of our political broken lens can see it. Because they're not, I mean, they're all their political games going on in the world, but the point is that they're outside of it to some degree and are able to see the bigger picture. And we look like a clown car on fire about to roll over a cliff. And that's not what Americans want. That's not what even conservatives want. This is my point. Most of left, right, aware of the lie, don't want anything that's happening and are arguing it's the other side's fault. And we have to take action, take the other side, and all of it is just the government driving us in this direction. Here she is talking about, which one was this? Let's just play it. I forget which one. I think the next one. Yeah, the next one is, again, this is somebody that I'm willing to make fun of more than almost anybody. This guy, Adam Schiff, is such a clown. It doesn't make what he's saying false, and I'll play it for you in a second. This one is a similar one, and the next one is just going off like all the questions that she's ignored. Here's one more before that.
What conversation did you have with Mr. Ballard?
Oh, okay, that's right. This one's interesting because basically, here's Blumenthal, who I also don't, same as any of the rest of them, by the way. I should need to keep saying that. A very, very basic question, right? Just what was your, here, listen.
What conversation did you have with Mr. Ballard?
What conversation did you have with this person? And this is her response.
Senator Blumenthal, I cannot believe that you would accuse me of impropriety when you lied about your military service.
I am not asking you.
Now, look, there was probably statements before that, building up to the question. The point, whatever. The point is that you're asking a very straightforward question, and your answer is to go, you're the one doing things that are completely irrelevant to this conversation. You're a criminal. Okay, he probably is. Is it the case that you're a criminal, therefore the question you asked me is somehow not valid? I don't even know how you make these connections, but the game is deflect, 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 lie, deflect, deflect. Just completely just shut down and push and deflect and lie and ignore the question. Doesn't work, though.
What conversation did you have with Mr. Ballard?
Senator Blumenthal, I cannot believe
Outraged.
that you would accuse me of impropriety when you lied about your military service.
I am
you
not
lied.
asking
You
you.
admitted you
I am
lied
not
to be
accusing you
elected
of
a U.S. senator.
impropriety.
You
I'm asking
lied.
you
How
about
dare you? I'm a career prosecutor.
Mr.
Don't you
Ballard.
ever challenge my
How dare you? I guess she's the new Greta Thunberg, huh?
integrity.
Had,
I have
apparently.
abided by every ethics standard. Do not question my ability to be fair and impartial as Attorney General.
That's not an answer, right? You're clutching your pearls at the accusation does not give you any credibility. Answer the question.
Anything
You'll
with
answer that
my
question to
former
another of my
firm,
colleagues.
Ballard Partners.
Thank you.
Wow. Right? Just righteous indignation. Okay. It doesn't do the thing you think it does, right? Maybe you're outraged, but answer the question, right? Make the case for why if it's such an egregious lie, then show us why. It's just, people are not as stupid as they like to think we are. I've made that case for quite a long time. Here's Adam Schiff breaking this down. And look, you could watch for yourself. This is not, just because Schiff said it does not make it false. She more than, I played it, I think it's the most egregious, but many more cases that she just refuses to answer these questions, which is not new, but the way she does it, like I've shown you a few times, is very, very damaging to what she thinks she's doing. Before it's ways that are more about grandstanding or there's some kind of an argument for why, but this is just her trying to parrot what she thinks they've done. And I think she's been given direction that it's to protect Trump. That's it. And so here's what he has to say about this. And again, what he's saying is true.
So these are just some of the questions you refused to answer, or have answered with personal attacks on members of this committee. You were asked whether you consulted with career ethics lawyers, as you promised you would do during your nomination hearing, when you approved the president receiving a $400 million gift from the Qataris.
Oh, the ethics, did we forget about that? Remember how many times I brought that up and the whole ethics pledges, and that just never happened, an unprecedented shift and yeah, I guess we'll just ignore the fact that allowed them to basically work with foreign governments within our government, which we now see. But, too bad we didn't call attention to that back when I was screaming about it, when everyone was calling us black-pilled and purity test. All those people are currently supporting this.
You refused to answer that question. You were asked who or what role you may have played, or who played the role in asking that Trump's name be flagged in any of the Epstein documents gathered by the FBI. You refused to answer that question. You were asked whether Holman kept the $50,000 bribe money. You refused to answer that question. You were asked whether Holman paid taxes on the $50,000 bribe money. You refused to answer that question. You were asked, did career prosecutors find insufficient evidence to charge James Comey? You refused to answer that question.
Isn't that interesting? That's what's happening, guys. Why would she not? She's refusing to answer. Why? Because they don't have a case. It's clearly been, they're just like with Garcia right now, they're scrambling to patch together whatever they can, at the very least, to sell MAGA people on how clear it is. No, and even though when it breaks down, you'll probably find holes throughout it, and they'll turn down, but all they'll say is Democrats did it. Even though that's very possible too, the reality is they don't, and they're trying to manufacture it in hopes that you will forever think that they had it but failed because of the corruption. The reality is they're not ever actually going after Comey. That's what I believe, or any of them for that matter. We'll get to that in a second. But I just want you to think about that. She's refusing to answer the question because the evidence is already pointed that, remember, that's why the person that Trump appointed said no. and they got rid of him. Or the other guy who wouldn't make a perp walk. They're just getting rid of people who won't do what they're told, even though they have integrity and principles, at least in some cases, it seems.
You were asked, how are military strikes on these boats in the Caribbean legal? And you refused to even answer that question.
Wow.
You were asked, excuse me, you were.
God, she's so gross right there. Just what she's doing. You can tell her face. She's just like, you have a lot. What does that? So you lying about thing, or not, rather you not even answering questions requires a law degree. So your lack of an answer was some kind of a legal justification. You must see by now. This is not my opinion. She has lost the plot. Her answers are almost in many ways proving that she's lying. The answer, your argument right there is that somehow having a law degree justifies why not answering a question makes sense. I mean, unless you're talking about like pleading the fifth or somehow not incriminating yourself, which again, pretty much makes the case.
Asked, did you discuss indicting James Comey with the president? You refused to answer that question. You were asked, did you approve the firing of antitrust lawyers who disagreed with the Hewlett-Packard merger? You refused to answer that question. You were asked whether you support a restoration fund for violent insurrections to attack the Capitol on January 6th. You refused to answer that question. You were asked whether you were firing career professionals, career prosecutors, just because they worked on January 6th January 6th investigations. You refused to answer that question. You were asked by my California colleague whether you believe government officials, like immigration officials, have to abide by court orders.
Wow.
You wouldn't even answer that question.
I mean, how can you see? Why wouldn't you just go obviously? Because you know that you're giving orders and directions to ignore them right now. And so you don't want to trap yourself for some legal proceeding. That's what I think, because you can prove that's what's happening. They're telling him not to worry about identification, warrants. It's all very easy to prove. And she's just basically, I think what she's doing, maybe by orders, is creating the very case for her to be the scapegoat, but nobody else.
This is supposed to be an oversight hearing.
Oversight?
Excuse me, you can attack me after my
time
is over.
You've attacked all of us, including
Oversight? Can you give me the definition, please? Just crazy. Really, just over the top. But let's make a point clearly that I think part of the reason, by the way, that they're doing that is because it's not new. I mean, I think it was Comey, by the way, who was like, I don't recall. All right. But see, this is my point. At least he had a strategy to be like, like you could probably see that was very, he's a criminal, guys, and he deserves to be in prison. That's my opinion. But the way he did that to say, I don't recall, if I do recall that correctly, I think that's what he was the one that did that. Because you see, the legal argument is later you can say that, I just couldn't remember at the time. Because it's not a denial, it's not acceptance. You see, that's at least some kind of political tact. She is just sealing this problem. I mean, I think, again, the last thought, maybe that's the way it's supposed to go. That she's taken one for the Trump team. I don't know. But I'll include this show, by the way, because this is, I think, every day this becomes more relevant. The Trump administration's missing ethics pledges. And we've gone over this so many times. The reality was clear that even the person, I forget the guy's name, who was like heading that transition, he said, look, this could mean that they very well could be working at the behest of a foreign government and we wouldn't know. I don't think he was he just plucked that out of anywhere. Or maybe he knew something. Either way, it's not that he made the case that we could prove that, but that it could be one of the many things that we don't see because they failed to do what every president before has done. I think we know why this is happening. They don't, the conflicts of interest don't matter. They're breaking the law everywhere. I think that there's very obvious Zionist infiltration at the highest levels of power, whether it's Walls using a telemessage archive app that sends back the White House's inner circle conversation right back to Israel. I always do this, and I'm like, I'll grab it just because somebody out there's going, that's not true. But then again, not what maybe my show doesn't prove it to them when you look at it, but look, all the source material. The show, State Department revealed to be using an Israeli intelligence-linked chat app involved in Trump admin hack. All very clear what's going on. So many points that you can see. So going forward, of course, here's Laura Loomer. I have to say, Pam Bondi is doing a very good job during this Senate Judiciary hearing. Maybe because Laura's about as dumb as Pam Bondi is, but she says she brought the receipts. Does she? The Democrats can't handle having their dirty laundry exposed. Oh, you mean by just going, but you lied about your thing. You took money from Reid Hoffman. Yeah, let's just even say they're all true. Good, call them out. Now, maybe don't do it in a clumsy way that proves that you're lying. See, these are just people. Here's 5 times August. I didn't see that. Let me know when someone goes to jail. See, he sees it, guys. See, the problem is that so many of these partisans are just there for the team. Then 5 times August has shown himself to be somebody who has a principle. He cares. He wants this to happen. And now that they keep doing it, or everything but, he's going, I see that you're lying to me. Nobody's gone to jail. So Laura Loomer is just the, blind follower in that case. But here's TMK saying Pam Bondi has been handed overwhelming evidence. The Russia hoax exposed by Tulsi Gabbard. Now, I argue that was just a reiteration of things we all actually knew. But what I say when that happened, remember? Nothing's going to happen. I hoped it did. Here we are. Jack Smith's illegal spying, we'll talk about in a second. That's, again, not new. It's been going on anywhere, everywhere, as far as you want to look back. And it's not left and right. But good. They did break the law. Get them. Nothing's going to happen, I argue. Mortgage fraud committed by Lieutenant James. Is it Letita James? I argue nothing will happen. Nothing has happened so far. And they've all used her name. Mortgage fraud by Adam Schiff. Nothing's going to happen, I argue. Mayor Brandon Johnson and Governor Pritzker openly defying federal law and calling for violence against ICE agents, which, whatever your stance on the statement, the point is no one's going to jail. He says, after all that, the only thing Pam Bondi, she's the only one, right, managed to do is indict James Comey for lying in Congress. No perp walk, no arrest, no mugshot, because that's all they really wanted, right? Make them look like the bad guy, even though they are the bad guy. They're all part of the problem. But again, like, it's just for the love of God, get off the Fox News and arrest somebody. But you see, all they're doing here is going Bondi. Not that we know Trump put her there, or that we know that she's basically a blind repeater of what Trump tells her to do, which we can prove every day, but Bondi, because they're completely unwilling to reflect on the fact that Trump is involved, just like everyone else in this situation. That's a childish action, guys. That's the same thing Jones and the rest are doing. Cat Turd, though, says it's time to just say Pam Bondi's the weak link. Yeah, but that's always been the case, though, as even Jones, because she's got 6 months and she's out of there. Well, I think the plan was always that one of them was going to be the scapegoat because they are spectacularly failing in their narrative management. This guy says, what's Dan Bongino and Cash up to? And Cat Turd says, they're absolutely doing a fantastic job. That's insane. Well, they're probably the next ones that he'll go, get them out of there. They're failing because anybody but Trump seems to be the game. But they're not doing a fantastic job. They're all doing the same thing. They're all pandering to Israel and lying about everything else. And they're very clearly not doing anything of substance in any case, guys. I don't care what they keep posting on Twitter. That seems to be all they care about. Here's what Trump said about Bondi and about Comey. That's why it was asked. And I think they very clearly organized this to be like, do we really think? I mean, let's put it this way. The question was that you do really think Trump's not involved in what Comey did and what happened? The point is, you already know that's not true. He has been, he's on record saying, go after them. We'll find basically go after them. See what happens. Remember, just like the FCC point, don't you coerce them. And this is even much different because this is them and then a private entity acting. This is Trump saying, go after them, get Comey, make your case, whether or not we have anything, let the courts decide. Remember, he said that publicly. And now when asked whether or not he's the one that made this happen, he goes, oh, I don't know. Who's Comey? Basically.
And dishonest guy. So all I have to do is, I have nothing to do with the case. I just say,
but you called Pam Bondi to prosecute him and oppose him.
No, I don't call anybody. You know what? I'm allowed to do that if I wanted to do that. But Comey's a crooked guy. He has been for...
Right. So he just said no when she said, but you said go after them. Why? Because it's a public statement that he literally said. And he goes, no, I don't know, Comey. I didn't do that. He is trying to legally insulate himself, and Pam Bondi's the one that is clearly being set to take the fall should they need that. And let's not forget, yet again, the big actions that are absolutely coming that Jones told you about on August 23rd. Again, even this one down here, this is back in 2024, where he said before Trump got into power that Klaus Schwab and Bill Gates and Fauci and Hillary were going down should we keep Trump alive long enough. Okay, and what happened? None of that happened. In fact, most of them are right in his inner circle today. That means we're winning, though, guys. You see how fun that is? Well, this is Comey. This is James, Letita James. This is all of them. I want these people to be held accountable, Obama included, Comey included. Do you think that's going to happen? His DOJ sources swore it was going to happen. We'll find out. But please make sure you reflect on things like this when it inevitably does not happen. Here is the one about Pelosi. This is like the third time they've done this. This is Kash Patel saying Nancy Pelosi was involved in January 6th. The same case in before. Yeah, you can quite literally prove these overlaps. My question is, I said, I agree. Now watch as absolutely nothing of substance happens. I hope it does. Same with them. The truth, though, do we not already know this? Have we not seen this? Trump had this opportunity last time. Nothing happened. They continue to do absolutely nothing against the people they claim are going to go to jail. The Clintons, he famously used first. No, they're good people. We'll let him go. And he stands by that to this very day, along with the shots that he apparently thinks saved the world. Well, let's talk about the Epstein overlap again in regard to the most transparent administration in history. Or not just the Epstein point, but the accountability point that overlaps with the lack of accountability and transparency with the Epstein case. Chris Razzini says, long story short, Trump went from campaigning to release the Epstein files, because he really did, despite the claiming that he didn't do that, to the binders which say on them, literally on the binders at the bottom, it says the most transparent administration in history. You know, the phase one that was all redacted, that didn't go anywhere. This is DC Drano, lives with TikTok. It's just embarrassing, and they just don't pretend like that's not the most embarrassing thing. Now they're the ones convincing you to ignore the whole story. But then it went from that to it's a hoax, to now considering pardoning her. Yeah, that's pretty insane. That's why honest people are seeing this. But here's what Cash said yesterday. The transparency I promised is being delivered. You got to love how dumb that is. Okay, he said it, so it must be true. Really? You just yell out the thing? Keep screaming things on Twitter. I think that'll work out for you, Cash. Jen says, laughy face, and shows Trump on pardon for Maxwell. I'd take a look at it. And then look at it. And then I said, Epstein committed suicide and there's no client list. And they're all laughing around the water cooler. Well, this is what I said. That's just the dumbest thing in the world today. And this person says, list. And says, what would the FBI do if it seized control of the largest blackmail archive in history? Answer, exactly what they're currently doing. Good point. Well, here's the CIA director, John Ratcliffe, saying, today I declassified the CIA intelligence regarding Ukraine after determining it is in the public interest. And feel free to read the almost entirely redacted point. Right? Here's information that we basically here are some names and the, of, and is. And it's transparent, though, because we gave you a document for mindless parsons to go, look at, they gave us everything, like they did about Epstein, like they did about JFK. What do they say every time? What do they say about the Epstein phase one files? This changes everything, because that's their job. Nick Johnson, Nick Sorter, Benny Johnson, all these people, there's plenty of them that I don't mention. There's the ones that just seem most prolific, who come out and go, whatever they said is the best thing ever. With a red siren, breaking news, even though it's 2 days old, you know, typical stuff. But yet again, transparency, which looks like redaction to me. Here is Kash Patel. This is today. Transparency again, right? So this just keeps screaming the thing online. That's propaganda. Transparency is most important and accountability is critical. Well, we all agree with you. Where are you on that? He says, we promised both, and this is what promises kept looks like. What, writing that on Twitter? He says this FBI is delivering, period. I guess lies and cover-ups, yes. As a result of our latest disclosure about the baseless monitoring of members of Congress. Oh, okay. So by pointing out a fraction of a larger story and going, Democrats spied at this one time against us at this one time. Breaking news. Did anybody not know that? On top of that, is anybody going to go to jail for that? I promise you that won't happen. The reality is this is not only one side, it happens on all sides, and it's absolutely being done against Democrats by them right now. That's how stupid this is. And he goes, as a result of this transparency, we're showing you this case, and we have taken the following actions. We've terminated employees, we've abolished the weaponized CR-15 squad, and we initiated an ongoing investigation. Okay, the pending ongoing until we drift into the background and we don't talk about it anymore. That's what's happening. Ongoing investigation that he not supposed to talk about pending, you know. Hey, I hope I'm wrong, guys, as always, because I want all of them to be held accountable, not one side or the other, the government, for their crimes, including the people he's pointing to. Do you think something will happen? Does history show you that something will happen on either side? Ask the Clintons, ask Pelosi, ask any of them, ask Trump. You can paint your pace about how he squeaked by. No, all I see is narrative, process, no outcome, nothing. They walk away. And he says, and still, August says, 5 times August, and still nobody of relevance has been arrested. Larkin Rose says, so where are the Epstein files? This is not unique. Well, I guess Robert Barnes says, good. Okay, well, yeah, I think most of us can recognize this is not what it appears to be. Dan Bongino goes, we promised you transparency and accountability. We will continue to deliver those promises. You deserve better. Well, maybe you meant that differently, but I think at the end, yeah, we definitely do deserve better than right now. But you can make it better by actually giving us something and not just stating online that you're doing that when you're not. Again, 5 times August, accountability means you cut the head off the snake. You haven't. You are transparently working on behalf of pedophiles and delivering nothing but lip service to Americans. There's a lot of people underneath this, and all of them calling them out. Now here's Gunther Eagleman, a diehard MAGA blind Trump supporter, which you can easily verify for yourself. He's got 1.5 million followers. He came out and said, it's been 10 months, not one deep state arrest yet. I'm trying to be patient. Look at that. Now, on my gut opinion, it's him just going, be patient, stop talking about it, while framing it as, I'm with you, I'm upset about this. But then 95 other posts about how Trump's the best and Pondi's winning and we're all the best and nothing can stop us. Democrats are the only problem. Right. So then you don't mean that then. You want to feign that you want to see, but you're not going to ever actually do anything about it because no matter what, you're going to support Trump. That's what I argue is going to happen. My point, though, overall, well, what I was going to say on top of that, my point was the same as that, will you care and do you actually, or are you just trying to give people direction on why not to take action? But what does a deep state arrest look like? If Comey went to jail, would he call it a deep state arrest? Probably. Do you know if he's part of the deep state or just the government? No. I argue there's a much more abstract point of what unelected power structures looks like. And Comey was, well, yeah, you could argue unelected in a very real sense. My point overall is that anybody they don't like going to jail, they would label a deep state arrest. And yet there still haven't even been one of them. 5 times August says they want you patient and complacent and sitting idle. That's the whole point. Gunther knows this, in my opinion. He also says here, still waiting on the July 18th of this year. This post is from yesterday. It says Tulsi Gabbard turned over documents that prove this seditious conspiracy. That's okay. Yeah, I agree. Even though it was already clear. And they all called Obama a treason. Miller called him a treasonous traitor. Very real legal words that have very real consequences, especially if you're lying about it, which I don't think they are. The point is never that these people aren't what they say. I mean, it often is, but the point now is about the fact that they say those things, which have, like, Obama could sue the hell out of them right now if he wanted to, libel. Or the idea that you accuse someone of treason and there's not even a moment of action. I don't know how anybody honest pretends this isn't the most obvious thing in the world. But even Gunther Eagleman, there's been no arrests. Holding people accountable. Get it done. Bondi. Only Bondi. And I get it from an AG position. My point, though, is that you must be able to see that that's not, she's following orders. Here's Nancy Mace. When are people going to jail for this? Right. Aren't you the government, Nancy? Aren't you? Shouldn't we be asking you that? Don't you love how it's how Trump tries to paint himself as sort of like this independent thing that just, I don't know, I'm just trying to stand by and help everybody. You're the one doing it all. Grassley comes out and goes, this document shows the Biden FBI spy. Look, we know that, guys. No, I'm not disputing that in any sense, but that they were spied on these people. I think that's happening back and forth. The Biden weaponization of the FBI. Are we actually not going to see that right now happening in front of us? I guess the blind from, self-reflection from partisans, but I think most honest people can. But so in this case, it's not to say that we shouldn't care about it, but go after them. Yes, put them in jail, which I already argue is not going to happen. So that's the first point. But secondarily, then let's make sure we flush this out and understand that that's happening now or back as far as you want to look, left and right, and on a whole of government scale. But first and foremost, show me when they get arrested. Show me when Jack Smith or anybody else goes to jail. Not gets indicted with no action after that, but goes to jail. Ron Johnson, same thing. I was just briefed by Bongino and the FBI, Justice Department, obtained call logs from 8 U.S. senators, including himself. We were surveilled simply for being Republicans. Now, that's his opinion of it. I argue it's probably true. The point, nonetheless, is that, yes, probably charge him, put him in jail, if you have a case. It says, what the Biden administration has done is so outrageous, the abuse of power. Yeah, no one's disagreeing with that. Other than people that want to ignore that, the team sport politics on the left are doing the same thing the right does, ignoring it because it hurts their team. Even Cat Turd comes out and goes, they were illegally listening to my phone calls. Really? So are you pretending like that's not happening now or wasn't happening before Trump's last administration? Do you realize we can literally prove that the NSA, they've been spying on us the entire time? Cat Turd, do you not realize that Palantir and Israel are right this moment doing that to you? but the Democrats in that 1 30-second period that we want you to focus on, that one, just lazy. Here is Josh Hawley saying, Biden's FBI spied on my phone calls and tracked my location. Same thing. They're all coming out and going, no. And he goes, they also targeted parents, pro-lifers, and Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA. Oops. A little bit untimely to say, because right now there's a very important conversation we're going to get into next, where it turns out that the current runners that seem to be Zionist tied in were very much using that kind of thing to spy on people in this country. But maybe that's why he said that, to distract from something else. Either way, I think they should go to jail. Let me know when it happens. Now, I wanted to make one point. Now, I mean, I think I basically already did. I said a note for myself, is that ultimately, I think it's really important to recognize that how far back you want to look, if they've had that capability, they've been doing it to anybody they could. But really, that right now, as they're pointing out the weaponization, already we can prove in a lot of other cases they're doing that to the left. They're left lunatic terrorists, right? But also that they're doing, this case is being used to rationalize and justify more of that. And not even hiding that, right? They're the terrorists, so we have to go after them. See, it's okay when they do it because they're actually the problem, just like a left would say in the same situation. It's just people getting played against themselves by a government that wants you to fight yourselves. Here is the point I was making about Turning Point USA. Brian Ferentz came out and says, breaking with Turning Point USA and Dream City Church. We just talked about this, both the church and the, it's mentioned here somewhere. What is it called? It's some, I'm blanking on the name. It's in here somewhere. It's that church group we mentioned that was influenced by Israel and the whole overlap of the Zionist conversation. It says the Turning Point USA and Dream City Church, you can be tracked by Israel at funerals, church, political events, everywhere. It says, remember, and this is the FAR document. I'm glad they included this because these are the things that I seem to be, I think deliberately and really hard to find today. This is a FAR registration document. Oh, it's right there. That's what I was talking about. Show faith by works. Remember, we just talked about this. And the Israel Foreign Ministry, right? That's why they have to this is because the Israel government is obviously a foreign agent and they registered as such, but the AIPAC and the rest, they pretend aren't. They are. Also overlaps with how JFK got killed. I argue was a very relevant point in that. And then after he died, that no longer happened as he was trying to get AIPAC to be called something different at the time, to register as a foreign agent. Now, after he died, didn't happen. Show faith by works. FAR registration, I'll include this. The point is, remember when Turning Point USA spokesman Andrew Colvett, this guy here, said their tech partners tracked over 277,000 devices. We reported this as well. At Charlie Kirk's funeral. Well, the Dream City Church in Phoenix that hosts all of these events, Turning Point rallies and Amfest, and Kirk was on the board of is front and center in FARA filings of Israel geofencing and propaganda campaign. So as we reported, this is a massive geofencing thing where they can control, they can steal data, they can basically put in data, but it's also just tracking and information. And they did this to everybody at the funeral. The Israeli foreign government. I mean, does this not make the case for what? I mean, it's obvious that there's something very, very off about all of this. As Mel points out, Israel's plan to win back the Christians. According to the FARA filings, Israel has hired a California firm to conduct the largest Christian church geofencing campaign in U.S. history in order to specifically target evangelical churchgoers with pro-Israel, anti-Palestine messaging. Imagine if that was China publicly doing that to Americans about Chinese information. See, it's the same problem. The fact that we pretend it doesn't matter when Israel does it is the largest problem we have. Now, Mel points out, isn't that convenient? Israel's contract with Show Faith by Works was formalized 3 days before Charlie's memorial. Just in the nick of time for Colvett and his partners to geolocate 277,000 mourning fans and sell their information to the state of Israel for propaganda purposes, because that was the date and the foreign principle. This was the post we just showed you. Lastly, first, this person's swim in response. Candace Owens will play this clip for you in a second, a longer one. As it says, Candace Owens dropped the receipts today, and already the SHIT birds are trying to spin it. Have any of the people who are squirming like worms on the hook right now bothered to stop for one freaking second and ask themselves, why exactly was Bibi Netanyahu the first world leader to comment on Charlie's passing? Right. This person says, why drip feed? Why? She's playing with fire now. She has to expose all immediately for her own safety. Well, maybe. And says, no, she's actually doesn't owe you guys. You have been calling her a liar and grifter for weeks now. Anything. She knows exactly what she's doing, and God bless her for it. Well, you can decide if you agree with that. And it says, she knows what she's doing, and that's for sure. Profiting from the man's death, this person says. Well, Mel says, Turning Point USA quite literally sold the data of every single person who attended Charlie's memorial to a foreign country. But please, tell me more about how you think podcasters are getting rich offering up alternative theories to the obviously bogus story cooked up by the government. Here's Andrew Colvett saying, I just broke the news that our tech partners tracked over 277,000 devices. Yeah, I guess he failed to mention Israel was the one he was working with, though, right? Because he did. Not by design, I think. Well, the overlap of this is very interesting. Make sure I didn't just miss something. Okay, yeah, it's right there. This is just insane to me, how lazy it is. To come out, well, this is Laura Loomer, but it starts with Paulina Luna saying, Laura Loomer goes, I just spoke. And by the way, the fact that this crazy monster has access and just touches base with all these Zionist politicians speaks for itself. I just spoke with Congresswoman Luna, and she tells me that she has received evidence that China funded one of the groups under FBI investigation for ties to Tyler Robinson's Discord activity. Okay, first of all, that's a shockingly flimsy connection to something that you don't even, like, let's walk it through real quick. That China funded one of the groups under investigation for ties to his Discord activity. So all that means is somebody on the Discord they claim has connection to a group, not necessarily tied to them, but just simply connected to a group that they're watching, and that China in some way funded them, which could very well mean a China adjacent anything. Because guess what? They're not really proving anything to you. And it says where he may have discussed his plans to assassinate Kirk. That's your story? And this person says, I'm now 100% sure it was Israel. Exactly. James Lee says, Zios are now spinning a new narrative that China killed Charlie Kirk. I mean, anything's possible, but what's the possible, like the argument clearly, we have so much motive and evidence around the point of Charlie Kirk in Israel. Doesn't prove it. I argue there's not proof, but the evidence is wild. And this is what they come out with. Guess what Alex Jones put out? I'll make sure I got that actually. Okay, good. I did miss that. I'm going to play this one. So Paulina Luna is making her case for why China did it. Now, of course, Jones jumps in with this, and it's perfect. An easy way for me to distract from the person that I'm always telling you I'm not actually pulling punches for. And that's Israel. Here's Paulina Luna first, trying to convince you that this was China. Consider it, though. Open-minded, consider it, look into it, ask questions. But it's very conspicuous timing.
There's been a lot of questions as to whether there was foreign government involvement.
In which one?
In the assassination of Charlie Kirk, right? Okay. So, like, we're going to address these theories right now.
Well, there's been questions of Israel involvement, not foreign government like a broad case, but Israeli involvement. I don't see anybody really questioning other governments. I don't think there's evidence for that.
Back during the ICE riots, do you remember all of that at the beginning of the year?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people were like, where are all of a sudden these big violent riots coming from? Who's funding these organizations? We found out that there was a foreign funding tied to an individual by the name of Neville Singham, who's a...
You realize they never verify these things? Like a larger group point, like I'm not denying that's probably all over the place, but they never seem to bring the evidence. They just allude to it. That group was tied to this. That's Antifa, therefore terrorist, therefore we know it. But it works for people who want to already agree with her.
Violent riots coming from who's funding these organizations. We found out that there was a foreign funding tied to an individual by the name of Neville Singham, who's a multi-billionaire. And he made his billions by working with the communist Chinese government.
Right. Okay. So a guy who has connections to China. You see, we're talking like a 5 or 6 point removal. A group who has ties to him, who he has ties to China, who has ties to the Discord, who might or might not have been connected to Charlie. I mean, my God, guys, talk about a stretch. You think they could have at least like manufactured a better case than this?
And he would take, and he's not a registered agent, a foreign agent, which is a FARA violation. So he's taking these millions, funneling it into organizations like the Party of Socialism and Liberation, who then in turn create these very radicalized movements, but they're not even American in theory or funded by American people. They're actually funded by foreign governments.
Yeah, sort of like everything Israel does in this country, but she's okay with that because she's a hashtag Team Zionist.
The irony in all this is that Neville Singham, not just to Mamdani's election, so like Jews from Mamdani, but he actually also has ties to funding the Party of Socialism, the Salt Lake City queer group, which is now being investigated with former knowledge on whether or not they knew Charlie would be assassinated.
All right. So, okay, clearly you could argue that may be the case. Look into it. How much you want to bet nothing ever comes of it? The point is that could be, or it could just be a guy who has political opinions and funds people he agrees with. I don't know. You're the one that's supposed to make the case, not come out on a podcast and float an unfleshed, like a non-fleshed out argument just to deviate from the group that's funding you.
Who had ties to the shooter. So I do think that there's a foreign funding tie, but the question is which government, and I think it's tied to the Chinese.
Interesting.
I mean, like
called the queer what?
Salt Lake City Queers.
Salt Lake City Queers.
They're being investigated by the FBI, but if you look at the organization and where the funding comes.
Oh, so transgender. That's the stretch, right? So now it all patches together, despite evidence, I guess.
From, I mean, not just them, they had ties to groups in Cuba and they are actually calling themselves terrorists. But not just that, they also have ties to the United Nations. So,
which probably means they're manufactured by Israel in the United States. I find it hard to believe a group would call themselves terrorists unless the game was to make themselves terrorists to be used as a terrorist entity by the government that fund things like that. But that's just my take.
There's this aspect of a very pro-globalist and then a pro-Marxist movement to really sow discord and divide in this country. And that's why I recently posted on my social media, I was like, check out the bot farms that actually exist. And when you see all this.
Yeah, right. She's not talking about Israel, by the way.
Shit talking on Twitter.
Which we know they exist all over the world, but just the punch pulling, to try to derail. Guys, there's not a debate here. The most obvious, most prolific, most widely acknowledged bot element is Israel. They proudly tell you that. This is just her trying to deviate from the obvious that's in front of you.
Make sure you're not arguing with the bot because that's not like a fake thing. It happens. And so we have to realize that social media is being used to kind of stoke this divide. But in the instance of the shooter, Charlie Kirk was almost like a son to President Trump. Don Jr. will tell you was like his little brother.
Right.
Very close to J.D. Vance, very close to Kash Patel. So if you think for a second that there will be any amount of resource spared in his investigation, you're wrong.
Right. Trust them. They know. Trust the plan. You know, not like they might also have an ulterior motive, right? Who knows? Like, even if you agree with her, like the idea that they just present it as usual as, you know, we're the power and because you're on our side, you shouldn't question the power. Always question the power, even if they're on your side and you may think that. Maybe they have a different motive. To come at this like we know they're going to do the right thing is a child stance for anybody on any side, because that's not always the case.
Because I know these people and I've seen the way that this administration has worked towards at least issuing some of the darkest secrets.
We know them. We know they're on our side. Oh, you mean secrets like Epstein and JFK and what? What else? Tell us.
For example, what happened with CIA and the connection to JFK's assassination. I've met with them.
Oh, you mean the things we all know and they didn't release any new information that actually deviated from the reality of the watch our interview with Corey Hughes. These people don't even know what they're talking about if they actually think
the director. But to, I think, really take into account that you have the family that is seeing all this stuff out there right now. I hope that they get every single person involved. I definitely think that it's likely that more than one person knew about what was happening because.
Okay, let's say it was the Israeli government. Would you want that then? How much you want to bet that would dramatically change what she wants? And you ask yourself why the people that they put in front of you are all these people that don't seem to even it's like I said, these are people that are the way that they conduct themselves, the way they speak, the way that they act, their knowledge base, they are out of their depth. But I think that's why these are the people that are blind supporters, both of Zionism and seemingly of Trump. And you could see the same thing when the next left person is in power. Those seem to be the most consistent things. And they seem to be getting increasingly more stupid, less informed, more hyperbolic, more willing to destroy the Constitution. You can make a case for why that clearly points in one direction.
The Salt Lake City queer group immediately deleted their page. They're under investigation. There's a foreign funding tie there.
Of course, the point they're making, by the way, is that those people said bad things about Charlie. Therefore, we're investigating them because, free speech doesn't matter when we don't like what you said. And then they have a connection to China. Therefore, China killed Charlie Kirk. Very simple.
For Tyler Robinson to say that Charlie was, hateful and that he just wanted to eliminate his hatefulness. Where does that come from, right? Like if you actually listen to the things that Charlie was saying and you don't clip it, you can realize it was a very logical conversation that he was trying to have.
Yeah, and there's also some racism too. Let's not be children about this. I can easily point out that his DEI stance was a logical merit-based point. But then if you watch him and you listen to him, there's points that ultimately end up to be, sort of joking about the fact that it's a black person. Not that any other person who's just not at merit, but that the black person. So look, you can't deny that. But I've made the same point about the way people misrepresent that point. But you can't deny that if you're not a completely blind person, that there were elements that are undeniably about racism. But the argument very well may be that certain people in those colors, in the races categories, might not be the best for the job because of certain factors that I've heard him discuss. Now, whether you agree with certain points or not, that is the definition of racism. I'm not saying even remotely that I think a lot of what people say about him were actually hyperbolic and false. Nonetheless, these are people trying to paint a very clear picture. Don't forget, by the way, that little picture out on the right, in case you didn't hear this already, more ridiculous things flooding the conversation about The Simpsons predicted it. People made AI pictures of The Simpsons and dumped it all over the internet, and people like this fall for it. Just make sure that's clear in case you heard that, look, The Simpsons predicted it again. No, I didn't. So Alex Jones with that clip comes out and simply goes, Congressman Luna says that Charlie Kirk's assassination is tied to foreign government funding. Here's why she thinks the Chinese are behind it. Yeah, perfect. So let me break this down as quickly as possible. Is anything she presented there of substance? Anything? Is there evidence? No, it's just her repeating what she wants you to think without ever verifying anything she said. And even what she said is based on flimsy path connections at best. So this journalist, Alex Jones, posts it and goes, hey, look what she has. Okay, what's the value of that? Is the value that you have anything to gain from that other than a person in the government feeding you a narrative without evidence? Aren't you the one supposed to be fighting things like that? Or are you just now the team, acting like you're somehow still fighting the deep state and the power while you literally are supporting government narratives everywhere I look? That's pretty clear. Jack Posobiec says, I saw leftist murder Charlie Kirk and saw them celebrate it. Who? They? Every single leftist in the world? And let's not forget that the Charlie Kirk, if you believe Tyler Robinson's responsible, how in the world are we still, this is a fact now? There is no provable evidence to make a case that he's a left or right. You could argue that there's possible evidence proof, first of all. You could argue there's evidence points. Look, he wore a mask. That's one of them. Yeah, I've seen plenty of Republicans wear masks, so maybe. Or he's living with a transgender person, maybe in a relationship that I've never seen proven, but even so, does that mean? No. Again, you can make a joke about Alex Jones in that conversation, or Blair White overlaps. Okay, is it only bad when they do? Okay, the point is, could it be? Yes. How do we know for a fact we don't? Okay, his family was entirely MAGA. Does that prove he's right? No, but it could. This is what being an adult and having actual objectivity looks like, guys. Every one of these people are screaming narratives at you. We don't know for a fact that he's a leftist murderer. And even if he was, does that mean every lefty is now part? It's lazy. These people are not on your side. Now here is National File saying Charlie Kirk's pastor speaks out about Kirk's texts marking his exit from the pro-Israel cause. National File publisher, this person's name is Noel Fritsch, says who still cannot post on his platform for some reason, just spoke with Pastor Rob McCoy, who sounded like he was still in bed sleeping after a long night fretting or drinking, it says. It's his opinion. Now, they say whether he shared Candace Owens' bombshell text message with anyone, implying that someone may have taken action with that information. He asked him that. And it says Kirk's now viral text made it clear that he had no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause. People are spinning out about this. Pastor McCoy refused to divulge whether he or anyone on the thread shared the information with anyone. It says he also said, quote, "You'll find out later today. You're a little slow to the game," indicating that someone on the thread would be making a statement. And this is when Candace, posted this stuff. When you asked who in the thread would be making a statement, he replied, "Unlike some people, I can keep a secret." When asked what that means, he refused to speak further. McCoy also refused to confirm which other individuals apart from Josh, looks like, Josh Hammer, was in the now infamous text thread. National File will continue to follow the story. Now, this is just a picture of it. I'm going to play I'll stop when we get there. This is the video. A longer one. There's about, a minute clip that's going around. I wanted to give you the, more of what she has to say. Candace Owens releases a leaked screenshot of Charlie Kirk saying he was leaving the pro-Israel cause. Now, obviously, it's a screenshot. Not only could that be a fake image of something that doesn't exist, right? Or just a fake image, right? And pretending it's there and it's not. Or it could be a text message with somebody, or, that maybe she thought was Charlie and it's not. I mean, you have to be objective like this, right? But with what we're looking at, it's likely that she would have a text chain with Charlie Kirk, and it's also been backed up by a lot of other people now. So consider that as we go through it. She claims it came from a 9-person group chat. She then goes on to allude the Jewish donors have taken over, which we can prove that, right? The Zionist Jewish donors, 100% easy to prove, have taken over the funding and the organization of this platform and covered up his murder, he's claiming. Now, look, I like anybody, question what she's saying. Don't take it at face value. But if anybody would have insight, it'd be somebody like this that were close to him. So consider that. Here's what she had to say about this.
Actual group chat, which happened 2 days before Charlie Kirk was assassinated. There were 9 people in total on this chat, including Charlie and Rob McCoy. I'm going to protect the names of the other 7 for now. To be clear, I might actually release a name every day this week, but I want to show you this because suffice it to say, Rob McCoy was on this text thread, and I think it helps contextualize him as a person, in my view, that he would attack me for telling the truth about the pressure that he was facing. Take a look.
I will say this is, I mean, we're not, whatever your thoughts about her, and we should very much, I mean, even just the Tate overlap makes me skeptical in general of any, but nonetheless, consider everything. Maybe there's their answer for that, and who knows? The point is that I do think what she's putting forward, my gut tells me this is real, and overall, whatever the intentions, I mean, look, even people criticize doing it slowly. You know, who can speak to what her motivation is behind it all? But the point is, she has been coming out and saying this and getting attacked incredibly by people who otherwise supported her before this. It's, to me, screams that it's the same conversation that what happened to Charlie Kirk. And she's almost proving that by how people respond to things that she's then proving. It's hard to deny that.
So Charlie writes in this group chat, just lost another huge Jewish donor.
They deny that.
$2 million a year because we won't cancel Tucker. I'm thinking of inviting Candace. Somebody writes, oh. Charlie writes, Jewish donors play into all of the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause. And somebody writes, a donor writes, please do not invite Candace. That might feel good short term, but it's not good long term. In my opinion, like all groups, you're going to get a wide variety of opinions. That nasty free will thing that God bestowed on us makes life frustrating at times after the dust settles a bit, maybe. So again, this is 48 hours before Charlie Kirk was assassinated. He was very clear and he was very explicit, and he did not back down, not in that Hamptons meeting, which they're all lying about, nor in this text thread. I'm not going to reveal the names of the other 7. Actually, you know what? I disagree with myself 4 seconds ago. Let's just throw in Josh Hammer for funsies. He's on this chat, okay? So what are we to make of that? Okay, now that I'm showing you this and showing to you that the conversations were real, I want you to reflect, and it took me a lot of patience to allow the lies that were being woven and the misrepresentations of people that were pretending that I was just, high on lying about Charlie and the pressure he was under, the attacks that not just me, Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly faced for trying to stand up and tell the truth about what Charlie was actually going through. Why are you hearing it, though?
Really quickly, guys, for those that just are desperate to jump ahead, newer people to the show don't know how we tend to do things on this platform. I already have the information that's been confirmed after this. We're just walking people through the elevation, the escalation of the conversation, because I'm not just going to scream headlines and dump things in front of you. I want to make sure we watch the way this goes. I already have the information lined up next from the Turning Point USA and the confirmation that they're real. Okay, let's keep it focused on what's happening and distract from the chat. Okay, I get the point though. Like, just follow along before we jump to conclusions about what we're going to get to. This is about what happened first. And if I didn't show this first and I jumped right to what he said, you'd miss the point, right? It's important to be patient with the information. Now, I think, but if you have something to add in the chat about what you know, fill us in. We're always open to new information.
Me and Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly. Isn't that weird? You got people that are hosting a show. Have they, in like one honorable thing, come out and said, like, you know what? F a couple of these donors who made his life a living hell over the last couple of weeks. Why haven't they done that? Also a rabbi in that chat. Like, why hasn't anybody made that move to at least say, to vindicate what I have been saying about what he was going through? That registers to me as very suspicious. I'm going to frankly say that it's suspicious to me. It makes me think that in the same way that Charlie was being pressured by money, that you might be now run by that same money, that those same donors might be running you to correct the ship and to focus yourselves on eulogizing Charlie as something and someone that never once flinched, never once for a single second doubted the Israeli cause. Now they want us to suddenly believe the best way to honor Charlie is to shut up, the exact opposite of what he quite literally laid down his life doing. Answering questions, turning point. Answering the questions is what.
Now, let's be clear, and just I'll show this quickly when I'm talking for those that might be confused by what I just said. The point is that you know this, the funding, remember, we were very clear about this when we were waiting, right? One of the points we made is that we're waiting for the next couple of, next few days. Like, is there going to be new funding, right? Who's going to take over the show? Which we largely answered those questions now. We got immediate funding that came from Zionist donors. That's exactly what he was turning down. And now they accepted it through Erica, right? We also have the point of, what was it? Ben Shapiro and them, filling the seat and arguing they're going to continue the campus thing. It's just all of this the funding is the real point to this. But just too quickly, this is, we're going to get to this next. This is the statement confirming that are real, right? For those that maybe, like I was saying, for those maybe new, I tend to do that where I'm showing this and we're talking about it as if this is all we have in front of us to not, confuse the issue. That's all I'm saying. And so we talk about what was done there, and then we're going to get into the next day where he comes out and goes, yes, that's real. So just to confirm that these are already confirmed as real, right? That's very clear. And we'll talk about the, just a general summing it up right there. But continuing this, I just want to make that clear that the funding very clearly happened right afterward. There's no denying that. That's not some disputed point, despite that being all kinds of, what you're getting right now are people Zionist, I argue, online who are just shouting down anything that doesn't sound like it's helpful for Israel, and blind followers doing the same thing.
Doing in the second that he died, okay? And we all are feeling spiritually the same way, so I'm just going to say it. They're not grieving right. It's not up to us to decide how people grieve, but I will say unequivocally that you shouldn't grieve by lying or by gaslighting. Is that fair? Can we all agree? You should not grieve by lying and gaslighting the public. They want us to believe that the only way that we can support and honor Charlie's legacy is by donating our money. But it would not be supportive for us to try to figure out who killed him and why the feds are lying. We should instead just trust the feds and excuse their little half-truths that they're telling along the way. Now, on that point, they keep trying to make it seem like it's completely normal that 4 minutes after Charlie was shot, someone on their team nervously raced to grab the SD cards, specifically from the camera that is behind Charlie's head.
That we've never seen, by the way. No one has seen that angle so far that I can tell.
And that was because during that time, I think it's like trying to make it normal that his instinct was to stand on Charlie's chair to actually violate a crime scene.
That's exactly what I said, right? So that was very clearly his chair. That's insane to me that you pick up the chair that he was killed in and use that to stand on. That's wild. His argument, at least as I can tell from other, I can't verify that it came from his mouth, but the reporting has been that he was told by the police to take that down and hand it over. There's no way that ever makes sense, that they would go grab it and stand on his chair. Has anybody ever verified that there was any kind of controlled investigation in the area? I find it hard to believe there wasn't something. I haven't even seen any picture, any evidence of that, let alone any actual provable evidence that was like the autopsy, for example. They've said a lot of stuff. Now, look, I'm arguing. I made this case to somebody the other day. Think about it. If it wasn't somebody famous, if your neighbor was shot, would you demand the autopsy report? You would have no right to that. Same thing here. There's no legal reality why we have a right to see those things. But nonetheless, if they want to assuage our concerns, then that would be something they could do. But I think outside of that kind of thing, there's so many other elements of what happened right afterward, and still to this day, just like Butler, just like any number of examples that just don't make sense if you're being honest with yourself.
But also to mysteriously just grab the SD card out of the camera, right? Not only are they pretending that that was completely normal, but they're also presenting it as though it was a heroic act. It was like a forthright, clarified act to do in that moment, and that anyone who uses their own eyes and sees it as maybe a little bit suspicious are just in the business of spinning conspiracies.
Also, let's not forget that the people who were just to the side, who were already filming, and then the moment he was shot, they kind of spin around and are aiming right where he's later moved by. That does all you could explain these as coincidence, certainly. But there's something about this, guys, that as well as I, that there is just no way. All of it together, There's something missing. Now, as I said every time when this happens, don't use the absence of something to prove something to yourself. It could very well mean what we think is happening here. But the fact that we don't have it could mean there's something else that makes it all fit together. And a lot of times when it's like that, and it's not meant to be like, don't wait, we need to wait for the evidence to prove it. But the point is, it could end up being something that fits in and you go, oh, okay, that now it makes sense. Even though you couldn't even fathom what that could have been at the time. I've seen cases like that. So just the point is we need to wait for what we can prove. And my point is right now what we can prove is that we're being misled. There's something about this that doesn't line up, but what we're being misled about, this is something we have to continue to investigate. But the evidence of Israel's connection, all the things she's proving, they're lying about far, far more than just what happened that day, guys. There's something obviously wrong about this. Now, to the next point, I think this is important for two reasons. One, that he has confirmed that they are real, but secondarily, the way that all these fake patriots acted. This guy, now, look, they've even added the update now in here. It's perfect. The Misfit Patriot, will probably delete this soon, says, I will give Candace every single shekel Israel has paid me, pretending like, making the case that like somehow she's lying about him getting funded by Israel because he, every moment he can, defends Israel, even makes him look like a clown. He says, I'll give him everything if she can prove those messages are real. Oops. Right? That's crazy. And here it is. And Mel says, pay up, fat boy.
Show to address some of the things that have been going around on public, namely about a group text chain that has been made known and released by Candace Owens. And I just want to address it head on because, that was a screen grab that I had shared with people. So it is authentic. And I want to go into it because I actually am really excited that the truth is out there.
So why the massive denial, the pushback? And I'm talking from high-level people. And I don't mean that Misfit Patriot clown. He was the one on there laughing about, there's so many examples. These guys it's anybody who's not a complete clown or complete, like I should just like intelligence level. It's whether you agree with them on their side or not. It's the way that they go about themselves. It's all straw man and red herring. It's every logical fallacy you could possibly. It's just about trying to deviate from the reality everywhere you look. And in many cases, don't even realize it. They're just so ramped up on the belief that they're part of the winning side. They don't even realize it in themselves. But the point is that there's so many people out there who are doing that. That's not true. You're a liar. You're an anti-Semite. And then he comes out and does that. Now, who knows why? The truth is that they do this every single time because that's what their job seems to be. Deflect and lie. Deflect and lie. And this is just the overall. MJ True Ultra, huge MAGA team Trump supporter. Something disturbing has come to light regarding Charlie Kirk's memorial service, it says. Now, this is about the show Faith by Works, literally tracking them, getting the allowance to do it before this happened, and tracking all of them. Very, very weird. It says the same company, Show Faith by Works, is behind what is described as the largest Christian geofencing campaign in history. We talked about all of this. Israel, $4 million contract with the company. After the memorial, Turning Point USA, Colvett confirmed on Jesse Waters they had tracked 277,000 people. So 2 days prior to Charlie being assassinated, he lost a major donor because he wanted, quote, anti-Semites, they claim, Tucker and Candace to speak at the events. Then after he died, Turning Point USA allegedly partnered with a company infused by Israeli government money that track everyone. He goes, the math isn't mathing. Guys, these are massive MAGA Trump supporters who are going, just doesn't. The point is, even these people who would pull every punch in the world are going, damn it, there is still a line for me. That is ridiculous. You need to see what's happening. I'm talking about the overlap of media because it's a very clear point there about, because, Charlie Kirk, that is what's happening after this is this massive push, in your face, to take control of every element that might be talking about things that show you what Israel's doing. From TikTok to Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, everything. And Twitter's been there for a while now. This whole, even like the FBI, like pushing back against the ADL. Look, the idea that first of all, whether or not they on the record use training materials from the ADL has no real bearing on whether or not the U.S. government is manipulated by the foreign government. If Trump tells Cash to do something, he'll do whatever he's told, and you damn well know it like anybody else does. Glenn Greenwald comes out and says the Jane Harmon case is part of a crucial event. It says in 2009, 2 AIPAC officials got caught passing classified Pentagon documents to Israel. You'd be floored if you don't know it, how often you can prove that. That's one of many examples of Israel getting caught spying on the White House, of Israel sending internal documents. I mean, here's actually one that I had on the starting one today. A clip for the, what was it on? Hold on, let me grab this real quick. The opening video for Rumble and so on. Just showing you that this is the one I opened with, actually, from Wilkerson with Going Underground, telling you that Israel's infiltrated the Pentagon.
It's unquestionable that the Epstein business was heavily influenced, let me put it that way, by Mossad.
And so that's somehow emblematic on these huge geopolitical issues.
Yes, I watched Mossad take over the Pentagon in 2002. The Pentagon was infiltrated by Mossad. They did not need any identification to get through the river entrance to the building.
And we've already heard similar statements from current. You have to understand that from Trump to Biden to Trump, and well before that, it's only been getting worse. You can see it right now with the most pro-Israel president in history. He'll call himself that. Right. So if this is happening then, it's happening now, and you can prove this. The same point is that the cabinet itself is infiltrated.
They went upstairs to Douglas Feith, the Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, the third most powerful man in the Defense Department. Occasionally, they went to the second most powerful man, Paul Wolfowitz, the Deputy Secretary of Defense, and they had run of the Pentagon. Donald Rumsfeld, the Secretary of Defense, said to my boss one time, "Hell, I don't run my building. Mossad does."
Now, whether facetiously or not, guys, the point is that there's some level of truth to this, and everyone's beginning to call this out. People like Glenn, otherwise in historical cases, would have called everybody racist for saying it. Like, it's become undeniably reportable now. He says a Pentagon official pled guilty, by the way, in 2009 to AIPAC officials passing classified Pentagon documents to Israel. When FBI spied on Representative Harman, she was promising AIPAC to coerce DOJ to drop the case. Now, here's a fun overlap, even though I don't think this is the case, just for making a point. What if the FBI was spying on Republicans because they were working with Israel, illegally spending documents? See my point? I think that they're all compromised, but you can see how easily that you can make a case one way when there could be a very real something else going on, right? U.S. government to drop espionage charges against AIPAC officials. That's insane. Both Dianne Feinstein and former Representative Jane Harman, both California Democrats, did the same thing as Lindsay is doing here. They were the biggest cheerleaders for NSA FBI domestic spying, then became enraged when they were spied upon. See? He's talking about the same thing. CIA spied on the Senate. They may have violated the Constitution. Harman outraged over alleged wiretapping. They all do the same thing, guys. Here's Lindsey Graham when he was grandstanding with Bondi going, why did they have my phone calls? He's just so transparent. It's like all of them. Because, I think they're sensing that the walls are closing in, and I think they're getting increasingly irrational. Well, in regard to the news conversation, are you really pretending like we don't see this happening in this administration like it's happened everywhere else? Donald Trump flips out on Fox News with get on board or get off? Okay, so are we really pretending like this isn't happening? How in the world can he's making public statements about a news organization, if you want to call it that, left or right, CNN and Fox News, they're all the same thing, and saying, you better get on board with what I want to see or get off the train. That's a coercive statement if I've ever heard one. Get in line with what I want. Now watch him start talking about funding mechanisms or whatever else, or, something that will coerce them to do what they want. Trump has turned his fury on Fox News after they interviewed a Democrat senator. How dare they? The president, whose administration has in recent weeks ramped up its attacks on people and networks who cover him critically. Don't forget, he just said that when he becomes 97% bad coverage, that's not free speech anymore. Yeah, it literally is, by the way. I can lie about you all day long, and that's still free speech. You could personally sue me for slander, like I talk about. But when the government stands up, maybe the president, for example, and says, when you say it that much, that's not free speech, then you just violated the Constitution. Or rather, you're infringing on that person's constitutional rights. They don't care about this, or worse, they don't even know. Now it says people attacks on people, ranted on his True Social about Peter Doocy about the government shutdown. He says, well, why is Fox News and Peter Doocy putting on Democrat senator to talk about what they think? That's what he's asking. How dare he talk to them about this? I mean, guys, it's not even secret, okay? I don't even, this is what's so crazy is half the time, do I even need to go further? Is anybody pretending like this is not absolutely transparent is on a team? Why is Fox News and letting them talk? Fake spin is so bad. Okay, then call them liars. To argue that you're only supposed to speak to people that you want to hear from is exactly the point. Here's Pam Bondi. And this is really telling, by the way. She's trying to make it sound like it's the way it's supposed to be. What they're saying is that they investigate journalists for saying things they don't agree with, under the claim that it's because of foreign influence. Okay, well, maybe. I mean, look, no one can deny the possibility, for example, of, I don't know, an Israeli, having, an intelligence asset deciding to become, an American and having a family, whatever, and then getting a job and becoming a news person and claiming I'm an American citizen, I'm just being a journalist. Yeah, that very well could happen. It could be a Chinese person. It could be a Russian person. Okay, fair enough. They're an American citizen. They have a right to do that. The argument is there a crime taking place? Well, the crime, they say, is because they're using the position to influence American opinion. Okay, maybe. I mean, that's certainly possible. If you can prove that's happening, then present your evidence and arrest them for that, because that will be a crime. Funny how that never happens, though. So what they do is they make the broad claim of that happening, and what they do is then go after journalists who say things they don't like. Acting like that explains everything, because what they're doing now is bringing back the idea that you can now investigate journalists because they're a national security risk. You see, the reason I made the case like that is because they very well may be, in genuine sense, some kind of infiltrated thing. But this is my point about the reality of the constitutional rights. That may, in fact, be some kind of a detriment to a group that wants to go after people whoever they want, and maybe they even have the best of intentions. But the point is that principle cannot be violated. And if they break the law, then do something about it. Make your case and arrest them. The point is that if a Chinese asset was being caught infiltrating the media and you could prove that they're a Chinese intelligence asset, then they would already have them in jail. All they're using is that framing to go after anybody who says things they don't like.
In April, restored the Justice Department's longstanding norm on this issue. It was AG Garland who had deviated on the media investigations policy, allowing self-identified journalists using this self-serving status.
So this person doesn't understand the Constitution then, or the reality of many, many Supreme Court rulings, which say that you're a journalist if you say you are, if you want to be. The game they play of access journalism and credentials in school, that's not required, guys. You could be a journalist if you want to be. Even legally speaking, they're not allowed to box you out of certain areas based on those credentials. They do anyway. That's a crime. It's unconstitutional. It's illegal. They don't care. But all she's trying to do is now create a class. You're part of the media class if we decide you are. That's what dictatorial authoritarian governments do, because they can then control the way that you get reporting. So what they're doing, and I'm not saying this is the left or Garland or Biden doing the right thing. Who knows why they made that decision? The point is that the reality is very obvious that creating an idea where you can investigate journalists based on your threat, not because, charge them with a crime. You don't need this new thing to do that. Prove they committed crime, charge them with the crime. This is only, it's like political violence. You're creating a lens through which you could look to say we think that's the case, and then you go after them based on that flimsy idea. National security, we can't prove it, we can't talk about it. And they go after journalists, whoever they want, like they're already doing, by the way.
Self-identified journalist using this self-serving status as a shield against being held accountable.
Oh, accountable for what? Words. That's what she's talking about. Because if they were committing a crime, you would be accountable would mean going to jail for the crime. What they mean is saying words that we decide is Russia propaganda, is China propaganda. Definitely not Israel, because they don't care about that. But they say that that's what it is. Therefore, they can go after you. You see what I'm saying? It's not hard to see, guys. They wouldn't need any of that if they thought you were actually breaking the law. They need it because you're not breaking the law. And they argue that we have to do that. Just like we see it building and we don't know how to stop it. Every day, they're making rationalizations that are unconstitutional to be able to get around the rights that protect you from them. Because the Constitution was not about you. It was about controlling the government. And they've flipped that on its ear today. And too many mindless partisans actually don't even know that or don't care anymore.
For endangering our nation's security.
One more time.
Allowing self-identified journalists using this self-serving status as a shield against being held accountable for endangering our nation's security.
Yeah, with words. She means words are violence, just like the left.
We have taken that policy back to the norm. and I can't comment on whether we have or have not, or do not have.
Right. So I agree. The norm is that your government doesn't care about your rights. Thanks for making that clear, Bondi. You're going back to going after journalists if they say the things you don't agree with. Look, they're already saying that everyone lefty is a terrorist. They're already saying that if you support Palestine, therefore you're potentially a national security risk, and we'll revoke your visa, even though it's shockingly illegal. It doesn't. So what? How do you not see what that means? Now you're going, I think they're committing a genocide. Now you're a national security risk, probably working for China. They just made the most flimsy case I've ever seen in my life with Luna. This is what they're doing, guys. And look, the argument with where we are today is they don't even need these arguments anymore. Apparently, they can just arrest you and throw you in El Salvador and then skip you between 3 countries, and no one can find you anymore. No crime, right? That's happening. Where are all the people from Alligator Alcatraz? There's a whole group of people that have vanished. They know they learned from their last mistakes. They're not going to let them they're not going to send them one place and let them sit there. They're going to shuffle them around so they get lost in the wind, and there's no crime anymore, at least from a court's perspective. They can't prove what happened. These people are monsters, guys, and it's not just one side of it. Michael Schellenberger says, it's wonderful for journalism and America that CBS News was made, Barry Weiss was given editor-in-chief position. You know, nepotism, basically. Nobody has done more to platform overlooked voices and create opportunities for young reporters. These are the Twitter files guys, by the way. Now, in some cases, Michael Schellenberger's done some great work, but he seems to be weirdly blind when it comes to this Twitter files overlap to a lot of different topics outside of COVID-19. But he says she will bring to CBS the fresh perspective the New York Times couldn't tolerate. My God. And what is she? This is her Twitter files part 2 back in 2022. That's right. Let's not forget that she was part of the whole Twitter files deception. The absolute lie that was the Twitter files, or actually the Twitter screenshots, that they never, ever, ever, ever gave you source material. Despite all of the claims that I was crazy for asking, Ryan, of course they're going to do that. And then never did. Or no Fauci files, or a lot of things they promised would happen. They gave you a bunch of claims, which I argue were largely provable before that anyway. And that was the point, to get you to trust what they presented without evidence, which is what Jones and the rest that's what they do every day. But don't worry, Barry Weiss is on your side, guys. Freedom. Well, new CBS owner David Ellison, remember Larry Ellison's family, met with top Israeli generals in a scheme to spy on Americans. Yep, that's happening. But don't worry, Barry Weiss is on your side. The reality is, this is everywhere you look, whether it's the the Faith Works, Israel overlap with Turning Point USA, surveilling and geofencing Americans, whether it's CBS owner working with Barry Weiss to spy on Americans, whether it's Palantir spying on all of you, whether it's Israel accessing all of your data to train their AI models, or Paragon Solutions or NSO Group, or, any number of the 13 ways Israel's currently surveilling Americans. I guess we're all crazy for pointing it out, right? Adam points out Instagram's doing the same thing. Crackdown on Instagram. All of a sudden, after TikTok, Instagram is now undergoing mass censorship. Now, it's been there. I can testify to that, but now it's happening. I've heard this a lot. This is an increase over the last so many days around largely Israel conversation. Saying, Israel conspiracy, comment trend detected. Think about how Orwellian that is. Deleted. Comment trend detected. 9/11 comparisons. Pedophile criticism. That's what Instagram is saying. Doesn't that sound a bit like left woke kind of thing? Yeah, guess what? They're the same thing if you're paying attention. Well, Dropsite News points out the overall Israel's earmarked over $500 million shekels, $145 million, in its 2025 budget to weaponize social media and ChatGPT in its largest U.S. propaganda push since it began carrying out a genocide in Gaza, according to FARA documents. And that's okay? Literally a registered foreign agent acting in this country to propagandize Americans, and that's no big deal? Not to a Zionist-occupied government, apparently. Israel's foreign ministry hired the firm Clock Tower, run by Trump's ex-campaign manager, Brad Parscale. We already talked about that. To shape online discourse. That's crazy. That's publicly what they're doing, including attempts to engineer how AI systems like ChatGPT, Grok, Gemini, respond to queries about Israel. They've been doing that on Twitter the whole time. The campaign, called Project 454, aims for 50 million monthly impressions, with 80% of its content aimed at Gen Z on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube. A parallel program, Project Esther, is bankrolling U.S. influencers. Contracts allow payments of up to $900,000 with a monthly budget of $250,000. You heard about the whole $7,000 a post. It's not debatable. I'm not going to say I know everyone's doing it, but they've proudly put this out there. later expanding into larger networks with American agencies and Israeli content creators. Influencers can earn anywhere from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of dollars. Yeah, you know who we talked about. Consider that at the very least. I think it's easy to point out who's most likely. Netanyahu, who personally met with the influencers in New York earlier this month, called social media Israel's eighth front and declared the most important weapon today is social media. Imagine if that was China. Well, here's a great clip, by the way. Now, I forgot I was going to grab his name. I've seen he's point in the chat who he is, by the way. He's got some good clips he's put out. I believe he's partisan. Either way, it doesn't change the fact that what he's saying is accurate. And Save Our Citizenships posted this, and it says, the oligarchs who have taken hold of the U.S. administration, both now and historically, people can see this in a broad way, and I think that's most people right now, have never been more blatant about their complete disregard and malignant intent towards the American people. However, people still believe that the lie that they were the good guys who were standing up for freedom of expression on either side of it. Right? That your team's the one fighting the bad guys, the deep state Democrats, or vice versa, the fascist right. Well, both of them are the similar overlaps to all of those things. And it says, once you feed people conspiracy theories, they will believe anything you tell them. Now, I don't like the use of the term that way because I think we should be theorizing about how they conspire. To say it means like it's false. It's not. I mean, there's plenty of valid conspiracies out there that you can literally prove. But I guess the point is when they feed you the term has become. What a lot of like I just said on the AM Wake Up today, like a story breaks out that's like partisan and both sides build these complete castles of BS around every story every time. And that's what I argue is what we would deem that care. I just don't like to use the term that way, but that happens every time. So the point is when you get people believing all the nonsense from both sides, you miss the real picture. And I don't think anybody put the name in there. Let me know. Oh, is it Absolutely Gary? Is that what it is? Oh, no, sorry. You're saying that's somebody else in the chat. If you guys know who the person is, let me know in the chat. I want to make sure I shout him out. Great clip, by the way. It's really hard to deny this.
TikTok is still accessible. What this deal ensures is that the American entity and the American investors will actually control the algorithm.
Am I the only one that thinks it might not be entirely a coincidence that the popular narrative has spent the last several decades sort of ushering conspiracy theorists over to the right, saying it's a right-wing conspiracy, it's a right-wing conspiracy, conspiracies belong on the right, only to then completely flip the script and usher in the most generic Big Brother-style, techno-feudalist, oligarchical, big government, authoritarian regime under the umbrella of a populist right-wing movement. This man is out here selling you the idea that a small collection of tech billionaires and media moguls having near total control of your access to expression and information is a good thing. Good for your freedom. I mean, aren't they doing all of the things you were afraid they were going to do? They're building.
Yes. I mean, guys, think about how ridiculous it is. I mean, I'm not even sure where this guy's from, but it seems like somebody outside the United States, maybe with his accent. The point is, it's like, this is so shockingly obvious. And this is my point. He's going to make it right now in criticizing Alex Jones. Everybody like that was, a long time ago building this exact issue about camps, about everything. And now they're cheering it. Those of us that have been honest about this have been calling it out a long time and are now going, oh my God, it's happening. I just think it's really conspicuous how obvious that is. And it must make you question these people's intentions. Not that you prove it, but question it. Because they should be the ones more than ever going, like if Alex Jones is so hell-bent on convincing you that he's always right about everything, which is such an easy thing to disprove, why wouldn't he be doing that right now about all of this and going, I told you, everything I told you, but not. That's very compelling to me.
Collection of tech billionaires and media moguls having near total control of your access to expression and information is a good thing. Good for your freedom. I mean, aren't they doing all of the things you were afraid they were going to do? They're building internment camps where people are disappearing by the thousands without a trial, without a trace. They're taking billions of dollars worth of bribes in broad daylight. They're cracking down on media critics. They're cracking down on speech. They're illegalizing wrongthink. They got men in boots on American streets clashing with American citizens. They're silencing victims, covering the trails of sex traffickers to protect the reputation of billionaire child predators. Isn't this like literally all of the things? Isn't this exactly, precisely, generically the terrifying future regime that Alex Jones was ranting about back in like 2011? And
in many ways, which was very abstract and nothing of real substance, by the way, for that very reason, and kind of just trying to like parrot and emulate what Cooper was really doing before, the real truth teller, who eventually called out Jones before he died as the absolute manipulator in the conversation. And so too 7 other people that have left his circle, including Owen Schroyer, who just recently left. The point is that you can make those claims when it matters, when it truly matters. Who's actually fighting on the line right now is what, really look at when it comes to a head, who's actually fighting it.
what are you doing? Really all of the things? Isn't this exactly, precisely, generically the terrifying future regime that Alex Jones was ranting about back in like 2011? And what are you doing? You're applauding.
Yes.
Why are you applauding? But they
Yes.
said they were Christian and immigration is bad. And well, I'm Christian and I think immigration is bad. So if I've counted my chickens correctly, that means Big Brother is good. Did you forget about lying? Maybe they're just lying. Maybe they're just feeding you the lies that you need to hear for you to feel like you're winning some kind of cultural war. So you sit there placidly with a smile on your face while the shackles clamp down and restrain you once and for all. Or, maybe you're right. Maybe these are the good guy, technocrat, billionaire oligarchs, right? The Big Brother for Jesus.
It's really hard to deny that, right? I mean, it really is. You can try to pretend. Now, I argue the people that need to hear that the most aren't going to listen to it. But I'll tell you that it's just, whether he said it or not, you could read that written on a piece of paper. It's like, how in the world, every single thing with a certain right flavor to it to make you think it's totally not what you said Obama was going to do, even though it's literally exactly what you said Obama was going to do. It's many things Obama did led to this very point. Many things that Biden did led to this very point. Many things that Trump did led to this very point. Now Trump's carrying them out. Now, just somebody posted in the chat, by the way, just since you're watching and if you want to support this platform and what we're doing and the work we're doing and the objective source material backed conversation, there's a lot of ways you can support it. One of which is to help buy some shirts from the store we have listed on the website, Question Everything, as well as the one I like right now, which is the Free Speech Absolutist t-shirt, or just the hierarchy enslaving you. But thanks for posting on the chat, guys. I appreciate it. Now, Insurrection Act. Last 2 parts we'll finish with here today. Do it pretty quickly. He came out and said he's ready, to considering. I don't want to misguide anybody. He didn't say absolutely, but he very much did when it was asked, which I argue is usually how it's kind of set up, that's something that's considering as we speak. He says Trump's ready to invoke the Insurrection Act. And here's Stephen Miller. Now, and this was on the 4th. Has now declared this Trump-appointed judge an insurrectionist. To emphasize, the judge painstakingly examined all the protests happening in Portland, and that's what he's arguing anyway, Melnick, before Trump activated the guard. She noted that there hadn't been any violence and protests since mid-July. Now, they claim she's lying, but I think the evidence shows that's largely the case. And they called it war-torn, really referencing one of the past protests. I'm not saying there's not issues to be dealt with, but National Guard, martial law, violations of posse comitatus, ignoring constitutional rights, yeah, pretty sure no matter what's happening, that's not the answer. But he says legal insurrection. See, he's already building this narrative. The president is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, not an Oregon judge. You see, this is a guy who either shockingly does not understand states' rights or the Constitution, or deliberately pretends not to sell you on a false narrative just to, deliver authoritarian control? Because bad guy Democrats, there are a lot of good people who are falling for this monster. He says it sounds like he knows what he's talking about, but the reality is just because he's got a mandate or is commander-in-chief does not mean he can do whatever he wants, whenever he wants, at any time. It's just not the reality. The point is that when you come to many of these situations, the governor absolutely does have right. Like, this is where the Constitution supersedes everything, because national emergency, national security, those things do not supersede the Constitution. We just have accepted that today. It's like fire in a theater. Doesn't change the reality. We just kind of, they're wedging it forward more and more, little wedges, a little more, a little further. And then we look back and it doesn't even exist anymore. But he goes on, there's more local law enforcement officers in Oregon than there are guns and badges. This is an organized terror attack on federal government. So all I'm trying to highlight is the fact that you're calling it insurrection, that you're claiming that a judge acting in their capacity, whether you agree with them or not, is somehow insurrection or political violence, or that what you're doing here is organized terror attacks, all of which, as every other conversation, he has the right to say, even if he's lying. As an individual, you could sue him for libel if he's lying about you. And you could also say, look at what people did out there because of what he said. And I'm going to try to make a case that you're responsible as an individual. That's my right. But from a government perspective, no matter what he says, I argue it's free speech. You could argue he's responsible, but I can't argue legally that he has accountability for what other people do because I have principle. I have consistency in my logic. My point, though, is that this is identical to what they're claiming. The left called me a fascist. That's what they're saying. So therefore, they killed Charlie Kirk because they called Trump a fascist 3 weeks ago. I mean, it's just the most clumsy overlap. But if you're going to claim that, despite the 10 times you can show Trump calling the left fascist or Stephen Miller calling them fascist because he's just a clown, the point is that he made this case. He called out a particular judge and then her house burned down. So does that mean that he's responsible? Well, by their broken logic, yeah, he'd be legally responsible. But if you care about the Constitution, no, he wouldn't be. But from a personal perspective, they could make that case. I just think it's worth pointing this out. Judge, $1.5 million beachfront home was burned to the ground and her senator husband was rushed to the hospital. It's a crazy video, actually. The entire thing burned down. So look, let's be consistent with the logic. Let me be clear. I'm in no way just becoming the stupid, playing the same thing back like a lot of partisans do. The argument being that he should be held accountable for his terroristic rhetoric. He's inciting violence. No, because that wouldn't be constitutional. He probably is trying to do that. Still wouldn't argue he's responsible for whatever idiot did that, unless you can prove that he funded them, literally directed them through the government. Like then you can make a case. I doubt that's the case. The point is this guy is being a hypocrite. That's the case today. Here is the article. It's Circuit Court Judge Diane Goldstein. There's only one other thing I was going to read here. It says, just last month, she was involved in a controversial case in determining if voters' personal information in South Carolina could be handed over to the government. Right. And he called her a terrorist. Here's Grok. It says, Judge Diane Goldstein, a South Carolina circuit judge, that's her, has been directly involved in high-profile recent cases that drew sharp criticism from the Trump administration. So couldn't you, by that logic, argue that they're calling her a terrorist, caused someone to burn her house down? You very well could make that case. From a government's perspective, they're not allowed to be involved from a constitutional perspective. But consistent logic, they're being hypocrites, is my point. And it says the case centers on the voter data access to the administration's push for election integrity measures. This is the main point. Stephen Miller, personally on October 4th, I just showed you, Trump's deputy chief of staff posted on X criticizing left-wing judges and lawyers. So see, this is such a far more like somebody calling Trump a fascist by your logic means that that's why they killed Charlie Kirk. In this case, he quite literally says judges are terrorists, are in the, where was it? The legal insurrection and the word terrorist, specifically about judges. And then a judge's house burns down days later, if not the next day. See my point? Don't take this for me telling you he should be accountable. I don't think that. But if they're going to make that case, then they damn well better acknowledge what they're doing in reverse. They're never going to do that because I argue both sides, rather from a government perspective, not both, the government is using this argument to get you to accept that that is the case so they can come after you for wearing a red hat. So they can come after you for holding a Palestinian flag. So they can come after you because they decided to. That's what this is. And you have a lot of people who actually want good who are falling for these kind of monsters. It says, he posted about left-wing judges and lawyers engaging in legal insurrection, which is funny to me. If it's legal, then how in the world is it insurrection? See, he's an idiot. If you're acting legally, then it's not insurrection. That's the case they're making. See, they're doing it legally, and they're not. No, they're not. The case is they're not breaking the law then. And it's not insurrection. You're just making it insurrection because you don't like the ruling. And it says, and acting as a shadow commander-in-chief. Oh, come on. Such shocking ignorance. He didn't name Goldstein, but tied his remarks to similar cases, including hers, fueling a narrative of judging sabotage or judicial sabotage after Trump's agenda. Miller later defended his rhetoric when Democrats linked it to threats against Goldstein. See, they're just doing the same thing back because I argue it comes to the same point for the government to use. Online Trump supporters on Twitter, labeled her as a liberal activist judge. An easy case to make. So if and when they literally try to bring this to some kind of head and go after an American for something they've said, you have just as a valid case to go after Miller for doing that. Hopefully neither happen because that would be the destruction of our Constitution. But here's Stephen Miller on the 6th saying the left are the problem. As always, doing the same thing. He's calling his incitement. The point is not that he should be accountable, but that he's a hypocrite, causing the thing he's pointing to create what I argue is internal division and the collapse of anything that's even remotely any kind of like actual accountability for the government. What he's doing is creating justification for more authoritarian control, which only benefits the Israeli government that's taking everything they can from this country.
I don't know of any evidence that there's some kind of vast underlying organization funding them. Is that what you're indicating?
Okay, so nobody has made a provable case that, even though you can easily prove, like a Soros overlap, by the way, in some cases that there's funding that leads to cases that are maybe organized violence, right? That's not what they're doing. They point to Soros when they want to make the case for people to follow along with, but they're pointing to current events. Okay, you say these Antifa people that were there were part of it, prove it. Make your case. Present the evidence. Oh, they've all got organized science. No, that's a data point. That's just your opinion. Maybe it means that. I wouldn't disagree. Prove it. Show me the files that prove a financial payment from a certain group that's organized. They don't have that. They're hoping you assume that, and they're making the case against whoever they don't like. If you do something against them, you protest Trump's walking through the park, you're an Antifa terrorist and you're going to jail. That's an unaccountable authoritarian government, and both sides are going to use it against you. Here's his answer.
Yes, in fact, we know that it's true. But obviously...
You think Tyler Robinson was being funded by some terrorist organization?
No, what I said was that you asked whether there was some larger criminal conspiracy relating to domestic terrorism in this country. And I said, yes, there absolutely is. Now, of course, Antifa has been designated as a domestic terrorist organization.
Okay. So now, see, this is using your actions to justify the original claim. You designating them terrorists does not then prove that what they were always doing was terrorism. That's like saying Crowder wearing a bulletproof vest proves that he's in danger. No, that just proves he thinks that. It could mean that, and I wouldn't even deny that in some cases. But you see the game of like Zionists going, this is so terrible, I have to have 17 security all the time because Jews are under attack. Well, no, that shows you think that. And largely you can prove it's not happening. But the fact that you have them does not prove that you're in danger. You see the game? He's trying to make this case. And all he's pointing to is the narrative of an organized effort. That doesn't prove anything.
This is only one example of many in which we have... Now, of course, Antifa has been designated as a domestic terrorist organization.
Right.
This is only one example of many.
Right. So he's literally pointing to their action of them designating them as that, as the example of the claim. That's circular logic. Like, I'm telling you, this guy's not that stupid. This is how dumb he thinks you are. He has disdain for you. You can see it in everything he does.
In which we have... It's typically a continuum of violence. It involves both organized doxing. It involves violent threats.
Okay, great. There's a case. There's a claim. Prove it. Give me the evidence you have that will go to court of somebody organized. You know it exists. We can prove it does. My point is they're not even trying because they don't want to do that. They like the broad claim so they can level this against whoever they want.
Intimidation. It involves explicit calls to commit violence against a targeted person.
These are individual acts, by the way. None of this indicates anything of an organized network nature. It could. He's not making that case, though. He's making the case for an individual. Dang it.
And then that tends to escalate into physically violent and obstructive acts.
Great. Guess what he just made the case for? Your words are violence. That's what he just said, just like Bondi. Hate speech is not free speech. Yes, it is. You're both the left.
And so it's this continuum that we see over and over again where they're trying to use illegal violence and intimidation to disturb the operations of the federal government.
Yeah, so they meaning what? This nebulous idea of random people out there protesting your illegal actions? If somebody's taking action that you think is doing that, you arrested them. The game is anybody we don't like who's standing against our efforts are all part of an organized terrorist network. This is the same thing this government's been doing to anybody overseas. It's always, how long have we been telling you this was coming home? How long have we been warning that you were next on the docket, the U.S. government agenda? It's just in your face, guys. If you're being honest with yourself, and if you're not, then you are dangerously allowing this to happen. This says, I also don't know of any evidence. Oh, it's the same one. This one is Jack Posobiec talking about Trump possibly invoking the Insurrection Act. And Jack Posobiec says, invoke it, Mr. President. The people will back you. Hardly. From my perspective, most Americans are absolutely not okay with this. You can point to, the Joneses and Nick Sorters and Benny Johnson, all the ones that are being presented as what everyone thinks are screaming whatever Trump said today. Do you think most Americans are okay with them declaring an insurrection when you haven't even proven any fraction of that, and all you're doing is pointing at everybody left who you argue doesn't agree with your policies? Guys, that's terrifying. That is exactly, didn't Trump tell you they were going to go after Americans? How many times have we brought this up? He has floated the idea that you were next. Born here, naturalized. Yep. He said both those things. 5 or 6 times now? 5, I think it was 6 actually. He came out and said that Americans who bop old grandmas on the head or whatever thing he threw out can be deported. I mean, we're in unprecedented territory here. And if you're not a child, you can see how this is coming together. Maybe you think it's only aimed at the other side. I don't know why you think that's okay. Can't you recognize that the next person who's in power can use it the same way? And they know that because I think they're the power structures who seem to never go to jail, despite them always pointing at each other, they know that. Here he is again, same day. Breaking, Americans will back Trump if he invokes... Oh, breaking news that you claim something about what everyone in the country thinks? Guys, these are jokes. These people are ridiculous. This guy goes back to military intelligence, so I don't even know why we listen to this guy. I don't. I'm saying anybody. Call in the National Guard. Posse Comitatus, who cares? Breaking news, Americans will back him because you say so? Just crazy to me. Here's Jones. Breaking, America's officially entering the second Civil War, he says. Thank you, Tim Pool. And guess what? And Trump is the Abraham Lincoln trying to save the Union. Guys, these people are driving this into reality. You want this to happen? You're literally going sick. So what's the game? She's going to save us from the other bad. So what does that mean? All the leftists have to be arrested? I mean, what are you actually arguing here? So the Civil War means war, and that he's Lincoln, meaning he's on the side of the good side, even though that's historically inaccurate, by the way, if you understand the bigger picture. I'm not saying good, bad, anything. I'm saying both these sides are abusive and manipulative. The lie about him fighting for slavery, guys, it's not a reality. He said publicly that he could go either way with the issue, that it mattered how it could be used in the ultimate outcome, that it was about states' rights. And ultimately, you could argue that means the Union was trying to suppress whatever it was about, largely slavery, their option to decide for themselves. Now, you can make the argument from a moral perspective I get it. But the point still comes down to the idea that it was about the continual growth of the empire. And that's what he supports. Yay, he's the one. You're supporting a civil war against half the country because you realize this is not about left, right of the people who vote. This is about anybody out there who does not agree with what they're currently doing, and now they're the lefty terrorists. This guy has, I mean, I've been saying it for a long time, but I think we need to be really obvious, acknowledge what we're seeing. Here, where are we at? I think I'm going to make this about, let's just kind of wrap this real quickly. A few more points, just because I don't want, this is a 2-minute clip. I'm just ready to wrap up here, but the point on this, which we'll get into in the next show, this is on, you know what, here, let me just play very quickly the beginning, just to make the point.
Being done out in the open, there's no shame in it. The getting right up into someone's face, spitting at them in this conjured up rage. Why is there no public shame left or sense of embarrassment or just general civility?
Yeah,
she's talking about only the left wing.
Well, that's absolutely gone, of course, but you've been sort of framing this in the conversation with the Attorney General as a moral failing, which it is. Some people's moral sensibilities are very fragile, and when they lose some of that structure of society, or if they're encouraged to engage in certain aggressive outbursts, they will do so.
This is just wild to me. Now, Drew very well may be making the case about both sides of the paradigm. She is very, all of them. Megyn Kelly, they're the same thing. They're just, and honestly, if you really listen to them, they're not very articulate. They just repeat what they're told. They don't really even know, most likely, what's going on. But as they framed it, we're living through mass formation again. The same thing we saw during COVID. People are brainwashed and delusionally believe those they disagree with are less than human. Okay, who exactly are you talking about here? Are you really arguing that that's what right now only the left is doing? Look, you can see this what's the right term? It's an undeniable, obvious reality of the partisan sides about each other, right? The fascist Nazis are disgusting. The Democrat pedophile rapist, just what the hell is going on? The idea that you can claim that that's anything but the governments that we're talking about, it's wild to me. But if you're going to pretend right now, just to take it as a one-side thing, that the people on the right are not out there going lefty, terrorist, maniac, loser, disgusting, that's what you're doing. That you are delusionally believing that those they disagree with are less than human. Isn't that exactly what you're doing? Is that exactly what Israel's doing with Palestine that you all support? It's not left or right, though. The left is doing the same thing. They did it during COVID. They do it right now. It's the partisan team sport politics that I'd like to believe most people are starting to see through. But how desperate she is to come out and go, the thing we all see us doing right now to them is what they're doing. They're the one. It's just, again, it's like we said, when you finally pull away from this, it's like watching a cartoon. How does anybody fall for this ridiculous garbage? When you make people less than human, you justify doing just about anything. Yeah, you mean like what you're doing about the entire left of the conversation? It's painful. And Attorney General Ken Paxton says, I'm launching undercover operations, to infiltrate and uproot leftist terror cells in Texas. Do they exist? Probably. Just like you probably exist, that really what we're talking about is government underbelly actions. Leftist political terrorism is a clear and present danger. There can be no compromise. Okay. Oh, what about the Patriot Front stuff? No, that's not a problem. They're going to go after anybody that they argue is like this. And I'm willing to bet you it won't be any provable larger thing. They're going to find people protesting at Texas against ICE. They're going to call it terrorism. They're probably going to go after them. And they're going to go, we broke down a terror left way. That's what you'll probably see. Like, if you can prove actual network terror, then produce your evidence and charge them. Do you think that's going to happen? Or is this going to work its way into an official investigatory arm of going after anybody who they say is left, therefore terrorism? This is what's happening, guys. Now, Miles Taylor, who claims to be, says, I co-wrote Trump's first anti-terrorism plan in 2017, 2018. He says he's not trying to stop left-wing terrorism. He's staging it. His troops' deployments are false flag, meant to provoke a response in order to justify harsh crackdowns. This is now very obvious. And I don't necessarily disagree. If you can see the two-party illusion, it makes perfect sense that you're just like you saw with the left trying to do about the right, and it didn't really work. This is, I guess, the next effort to do it the other way around, to create the thing they point to justify their actions, which are not about left and right. It's about government control. Now, whether he sees it as only a one-sided thing is irrelevant. It's an interesting point to consider. Nico House points out the hotspot says Chicago police have actually ordered a stand down as federal agents cornered by protesters. We saw a lot of this. Nick Sorter and the rest sort of like instigating things on one side or the other. They're all doing it to each other and blaming the other side's the problem. It's childish. Multiple law enforcement sources confirmed Chicago were instructed not to respond. And this is from their website saying, no units will respond. Nico House simply says, for context, ICE decided it was good. I guess they accidentally or deliberately gassed a bunch of Chicago police. And then they said, well, we're not going to come out and help. And then they point to that as saying, ultimately that this is the reality, that they're not supporting us because left, right. They're both doing this kind of game, and it's just very sad. And these are people in power, right? This guy who already deleted something, Matt Tardio pointed out, like he was doing this whole thing about, he's already deleted a bunch of it about building some kind of pushback. But here he was on the 6th announcing he'll be creating his own tent encampment tonight at the opposite of Antifa. So he will be experimenting to see how they react. Oh, okay, so you're doing the same thing, right? You're going to create your side, and you're going to be standing there and act like you're the peaceful one, and they're both doing it to each other. These are both characters in a play that we're watching play out, in my opinion, whether they know it or not. Here's an example of, this was the Matt Tardio saying, coordinated instructions, rally point, all this different, basically saying, myself and Nick Sorter will arrive to attempt to parlay with Antifa. These people think way too highly of themselves. I will ask for you to be silent this time. Please be respectful. I mean, if you watch any of their content, they're out there going, dumb lefty terrorist, very childish content, and then going out and acting like we're the ones trying to be respectful. Don't come at us with violence, even though they're literally trying to set this up. I believe this is them trying to coerce something to be pointed to. I think that's what they do. That's largely Nick, in my opinion. But ultimately, this person points something funny. I think at the end of the day, this ultimately didn't happen, not in the way that they wanted it to, but I think they were trying to build this. And this was an interesting one. Here's what Nick wrote. Now, let's not forget, it is constitutionally protected, roundly held up by the Supreme Court, that you could burn an American flag or any flag. It's free speech. Except in this country, Trump will put you in jail for an American flag, and he'll put you in jail for an Israeli flag. Very, very telling. That violates your rights no matter how you spin it. Nick doesn't like that. He doesn't like it because he clutches his pearls about the flag, just like the left does about woke speech. Same thing, right? Same thing, all it comes down to. And he says, I warned Antifa in Portland to stop burning our flag. So you warned them not to do something they're allowed to do. So why you are coming in and you're an individual. You're not the government. You can go in there and try to stop them. They have a right to do something to stop you. Now, if you flipped it around and Nick and his team were out there burning a Palestinian flag and they came out and tried to stop him, what do you think he would say? He'd probably call it terrorism, right? He'd probably call a violation of my free speech, even because he wouldn't understand that means the government, because they're all stupid. But the point is, I think you can easily see that the reverse situation would have caused probably a similar reaction. The point is, they didn't listen to me. The hubris these people get from being so in it's crazy to me, the bubble they live in. But overall, so that he had to go in and stomp on the flag they were burning. That's what happened. If you just, it's right here. Nick walks up and stomps to put out the flag. And says, so we added another flag to our collection, even though they tried to stop us. And this time I had the entire crew with me. We're 2-0. Good for you, man. You stopped them from burning a flag on the ground. We saved the world, right? What you really did was stop somebody doing something that they have a right to do. So you guys are the suppressive force that you claim they are, and you're both doing the same thing. You just are so absorbed in your own worldview that you think everything you think is right, and just like they do. You realize how people outside of this look at you both like you're absolute children. That's the reality of this, and people fall into this. I'm of the belief that more and more are falling out of it. But just recognize what would probably happen. It's my opinion, but if the reverse was the situation, they would probably call that violence. You're bursting into our discussion. You know, it's the same thing the left was doing the entire time. The same thing Zionists were doing to people in the Palestinian protests. But the most important part, I think, is that student at a center of Cornell anti-Israeli discrimination scandal turns out to be a former Israeli spy. Surprise, surprise. The student at the center of the anti-Israeli discrimination case is a former member of Unit 8200. Oren Renard filed a complaint against Cornell, claiming he was discriminated against when he was barred from enrolling in the course. Gaza, it says Gaza resistance, taught by Jewish professor Dr. Eric Chaffetz. Chaffetz has since been suspended and the class canceled. In turn, students accuse Renard of secretly spying on them and derailing class conversations about Gaza. Unit 8200 is the military's largest, most controversial organization. Responsible, we've talked about this plenty of times. This is the reality. We have literal spies running around. John Kierkegaard will tell you that they can prove to you that there's, what did he say last time? Like 40 spies that they know of that just don't talk about. And this was years ago. This is what's actually going on. And you have people like Nick Sorter out there probably without it, maybe not even knowing it, maybe knowing it, working right alongside them to suppress your rights. Now, here's Netanyahu, last 2 points on the way out. Iran could soon target U.S. cities with nukes. They're still playing this game. You know, despite the fact that both Israel and, the State Department from Trump's administration recently admitted that that's not even true. Who cares, though, because they'll point to it next time he says it anyway. And he says Iran is developing intercontinental missiles like every other government in the world. Not a surprise. Another 3,000 they could target New York. Yeah, like you could target anywhere else. The game that you're playing is falling apart in front of you. You've lied about this for 40 years and nobody believes you anymore, and they're still pushing it. The point is creating this narrative because something's coming. I believe a lot of things are sensing that we're building towards some kind of outcome. And hopefully we can call it out enough to stop what might happen. But talking about some, building of Trump creating left-wing terrorism to be able to stop it, or Israel doing that through that, or Israel doing something larger in that sense, or who knows, maybe we'll finally get the vanilla ISIS mold together. I hope not. But we also have things like this. Maduro has publicly said out loud, I guess same thing, said that there was a false flag bombing at the embassy that he says were extremist forces that were working with foreign entities. This is not a new conversation. My point is, I think this is absolutely happening in a lot of ways around the world. Like right in front of us, we're watching a lot of these actions. And I've been saying this since October 7th forward. I've been saying this since the last administration. It's some cases, my opinion, but in many ways you could prove this continual, the fever pitch, the actions, the narrative. It is building right now. And as what we can do is continue to call this stuff out, continue to inform people about what's happening, speak to your politicians if you think it makes a difference, go out and protest, but just continue to speak and show people that I think the very real majority in this country, for the first time maybe ever, is seeing through the two-party illusion. And the reality is, if you can convince enough politicians that it's in their interest to call that out, this will change tomorrow. Because the U.S. government has the ability to stop what they need to keep doing this. So Don't ever think that you're incapable. Don't ever think that you're inept. You out there have more power than you realize, and they know that. That's why they're doing what they're doing. Stand up. Speak about it. Because I think the reality is more than you'll ever know, just like with COVID-19, you're not alone. They see it, the world sees it, and we are on the precipice, guys. Just one little push, and this whole thing could change. And imagine for a moment, they know that, which I know they do. And what do? Well, let's build a world where that doesn't matter anymore. Let's push them into a world where their narratives and their ideas and doesn't just, not only does it not matter, it won't exist anymore. Because we'll have mechanisms through which they have to get to make those cases, right? The media is only what we say the media is, and otherwise you're a national security risk, or any other number of ways they isolate and control and box in. And before you know it, the mask is off and they go, well, guess what? We don't care anymore. Sit down. Now, I'm not trying to be over hyperbolic. I think we can all see what's happening. And I deeply, truly believe that we are capable and close to even actually making a difference in this conversation. So don't take this for we're doomed, because I don't believe that. So do something. Thank you for your support. If you want to support this platform, there's plenty of ways in the chat. Drop links for me or underneath the videos. We always need your support because we're under attack more than you possibly know, guys. But I'm going to keep doing this because I believe in it. We put the information out for free because we want you to see it, regardless of whether you have 1 cent to put towards it. But if you find value in it, show us what it's worth to you. I love you all. As always, question everything. Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.